If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Our customers have been trusting us for over 150 years now. Our apps rank amongst the best banking apps, and more than 1.9 million customers are already using our apps on a daily basis. We have big plans and want to extend our feature stack. What can you expect if you join our digital banking solutions team? A highly motivated agile team setup, a balanced mixture of talents and professionals, a collaborative environment with colleagues of 40 different nationalities in 4 locations, a scalable and modern technology stack with Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud Services, a flexible API-based ecosystem, CI/CD with up to 30 releases per year. We want to grow together with you. Check out our latest job postings.
Azure Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. The ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripes.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Our customers have been trusting us for over 150 years now. Our apps rank amongst the best banking apps, and more than 1.9 million customers are already using our apps on a daily basis. We have big plans and want to extend our feature stack. What can you expect if you join our digital banking solutions team? A highly motivated agile team setup, a balanced mixture of talents and professionals, a collaborative environment with colleagues of 40 different nationalities in 4 locations, a scalable and modern technology stack with Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud Services, a flexible API-based ecosystem, CI/CD with up to 30 releases per year. We want to grow together with you. Check out our latest job postings.
Hi, hello. Hey, can you hear me now? Yeah, is everything ready to start? Yes, good. So I'm starting then. Just a little bit of check. I'm trying to share my screen. Give me a second for doing that. And okay, good. Then we got a sound at least, right? So sharing now. Hmm. Uh, okay, so I have a little bit of like issues with the sharing part. And so I'm sharing from a different profile. Can you please check that and allow me to share? Mhm. So sharing happens from my screen share. Okay, just let me. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so waiting the sharing to be fixed, guys. So just hold on a while. That's okay.
Привет, Маги. Какво мога да съдействам?
Не мога да шервам. И от двата профила, от които влязох. По принцип, шеринга трябва да е от скриншер, профила ми, който влязох, но не може да се профил този, от който съм в момента. Имам саунд и видео и пак не мога. Тоест,
Ако искаш, пробвай просто да излезеш от сесията и да влезнеш на ново.
вече го пробвах с скриншер, нищо не се получи, сега ще пробвам пак. Има вероятно стават някакви права или нещо, което няма. За да го праша.
Така.
Защото с нощи...
А сега, като си влезна от този втория профил, директно да натиснеш скриншер?
Не, няма бутон ми си в шер. Чакай да се реджойна отново. Изчакай си. Добре, светна.
Чудесно. Вече пускам и екрана.
Виждате ли го?
Да.
Добре, окей. We're in.
Успех и приятна презентация.
Okay, ready? So, yeah, technical issues, but I believe everything is fixed now, so we can start our Azure journey into the cloud with Azure Purview this time. So welcome to Global Azure. I'm ready to be part of the sponsors of the conference as CEO of InSpirit. Today, we are going to talk about Azure Purview. that this will be a 3-hour session. Of course, we will have a break in the middle, so don't worry. You will not be, I believe that will be not that boring, so that you will not feel that we are like almost half a day here. But anyway, from zero to data catalog with Azure Purview, that's the topic for today. A little bit about me for just to make sure that you're in good hands for the next 3 hours. I'm founder, CEO, and visionary of Spirit Bulgaria, the company which runs for 11 years already, and in Spirit Norge, or Spirit Us. This is the company in Norway doing the same, basically, data platform in Azure and on-prem, which is running for 4th year. I'm consultant, trainer, author, and speaker, and founder of those 2 companies, and SQL Master Academy as a training program for Microsoft Data Platform. Actually, SQL Server and Data Platform is all of my career. So don't ask me about anything else, please. And I'm already 10th year in my 10th year of MVP, being MVP. Which I believe is because I love speaking. So yeah, Microsoft also likes that. So let's start today. This is the schedule of the session. We start with the data governance concepts, Azure Purview, and Azure Components. I'm going to describe a little bit of those terms and concepts, assuming that you don't have any experience in Azure Purview. Even if you do, I believe this is a good foundation for you as well, so that we start on the same page. Then, of course, the promised goal from zero to data catalog. So I'm going to show you a data catalog which is already built, and then we are going to do it during the session. So another one, of course, during the session, so that you can see everything from the very beginning. So how we provision and how we configure the catalog. So then my plan is to have a break between 12:10 and 12:30, 20 minutes. I believe it will be enough to reload. And then 12:30 to 2 o'clock, we are going to continue with the data catalog. I mean, all of us, me and you. That's not royal we, anyhow. So data catalog, data insight, security, data policy, and workflow. Even though security, data policy, and workflow is not part of the data catalog itself, it's part of the data governance, which is still purview, of course. I'm going to just mention some of the stuff we have now and some of the stuff which is coming or about to come in the next few months. So guys, data governance first. What is the data governance and what is the data catalog, and why we differentiate between them? When it comes to data governance, we must align with many standards. So that's probably, or compliance part is probably one of the most important reasons to implement data governance in an enterprise. We must be able to answer questions like, what's exposure to risk of my data? Is my usage of data compliant with all those standards like GDPR or whatever you may think of or will come in the near future, probably? So especially true for financial or insurance company, because they must align with the many other standards on top of GDPR. So their data should align to that. And the compliance managers or chief data officer or CIO, they should feel confidence that their data compliant. And the answer of all those questions is something that definitely needs Azure or data governance process. Not talking even about Azure now, but just data governance as a concept. Then from the other hand, as data grows and the volume grows and we have many sources, we build many data flows of our data, we put many data in the cloud, then is at some point, users start asking questions. What data do I have for orders? Or where is my data for customer? What's the most recent copy of it? How many reports refer to customer data? Or where did the customer data originate, so that I can trust the originator or the data generator of customers? So can I trust the data is probably one of the most important questions that data catalog must answer. So data discovery and data compliance are probably the two most important reasons for considering implementing a cataloging of data, so that we manage the metadata and we query the metadata and we are able to answer those questions. And on the other hand, the data governance, which puts on top of the data catalog, puts forcing of the data rules like security to data or workflow of providing a security to a specific person, to a person or to a specific group of users. So controlling the access of data from a single point, from a single tool, let's say, it means that we have data governance on top of data catalog. So we must differentiate between those two, because the data governance actually includes the data catalog. You must have a data catalog of cataloging all the metadata that you have, tracking the lineage, so how the data flow goes, and potentially the sensitivity of the data, the dependencies of the data, the originator of the data. So all the stuff is covered by data catalog, which we must create and be able to query further on. And on the other hand, we have, on top of that, we must try to build a data governance, which is a combination between tools and processes. So it's not just about tooling at the end of the day, it's about process as well. So who, for example, is the data governor, or who is the data security officer, or who assigns permissions, or how the permission are requested, and once the permission is requested, who approves that. So all the workflows which goes from the data lifecycle, from the very born of the data, very creation of the data, until the end of the data lifecycle, probably after years, should be tracked in the data governance process and should be managed by the data governance. So today, I'm going to talk about the data cataloging primarily. Not just because this is kind of like more technical topic, and this is the topic, the second reason is this is actually the thing that we start with when it comes to governance. We must have a catalog first. But the other reason is that I would say at this point, at least at this point in time, we have Azure Purview covering data cataloging, but data governance part of Azure Purview is still under development. So yeah, there are signs that many features of Purview, it will align to the data governance and will allow us to build a workflow and data governance process. But it's just the beginning of this journey that Purview has to do, to start and to go through in order to like name the product like data governance tool, and that's very important to consider now. So yes, Microsoft hasn't been in the data governance area for, I would say, I don't know for how much time, but I could say for a long time. So probably it will take a while until Azure Purview become fully functioned data governance tool. But I would say if you, it really depends. Should you consider Purview? It really depends what you have currently and where you would like to go. Because if you have your data on-prem and in Azure, and you're like Microsoft oriented, in most of your data stores and data processing, then Azure Purview will be extremely smooth to implement. You will benefit from the integration of data perspective that Azure Purview has, and of course that will feel familiar to you. But we must do some like cataloging on the first place. So back on track. When it comes to Purview, the target, I would say, in the roadmap of Purview is to enable unified data governance. As I mentioned, not there yet, but there are definite signs that it will be very soon. So it will set the foundation of effective data governance for sure. And in order to do that, we must start with the data cataloging. So what is Purview? Let's dive into the concept first, and then I'm going to show you some stuff, and then we will continue with the plan for today. So in Azure Purview, we have three main concepts that we must understand when we start working with a product, or even before that, I would say. So the first concept is called data map. What is a data map? Data map is when we build connections to our data, when we scan the data or metadata of the data, and when we build a map which shows the dependency between data and the lineage. So all that stuff that basically contains a mapping of your data connected to the specific data sources, and all of them is a data map. So probably one of the most important things, one of the most important elements of Purview that we must start with and we must build first. When it comes to data catalog, basically data catalog is something that we can run on top of the data map. If we don't have a data map which builds the relationships of metadata between all those data that we have, then we are not able to query anything. We basically don't have data catalog. So data catalog stays on top of the data map. So as soon as we have our data map, as soon as we manage to scan and classify data, then we are able to query data in the data catalog, or we are able to make a data discovery. So data discovery is to find out where our data are. So to be able to answer all those questions that I mentioned in the beginning. Data insights is just a fancy reporting. So you have to, you can see the access of the data usage across the organization. So that's something that is available in the data insights. You have dashboard, you have some fancy diagrams, and this is something that could feel good when the user start to, or the data officer starts to discover the data. So those three elements obviously are the main important part of Azure Purview. How are they connected? So we have data map, as I mentioned. The data map stays on top of your data sources. So data sources could be on-prem or in the cloud. Those data sources could be operational, analytics, software as a service. So basically everything that has a data. That could be, for example, data lake. If we talk about Azure, then that could be data lake. Azure Synapse, Azure SQL managed instance, virtual machines, anything that could store data potentially. So if this is on-prem, then basically that means SQL or any type of relational data store, or potentially non-relational as well. What is important to consider here? So there is a data list for available data connectors, so that Purview can or guarantees that it can scan those data, it can perform a classification of those data. But in case you have some data sources which are not presented currently, then you can use Apache Atlas or open APIs to add that type of data source to your unified data platform in Azure Purview. So which makes me tell you that Azure Purview concept is really open. Yeah, it relies on Apache Atlas, and it's open, which means you can develop further any part of it if you decide that it requires customization from your side. It's very common to add customizations in data types if the data type is not presented, but you must consider the roadmap of Purview because they add data types on ongoing basis. So it's very likely the data type which you don't have currently to be added very soon. So the other customization that is very common to perform is probably the data lineage part. So there are still a lot of limitations in the data lineage, which tracks the data flow of data, which is probably one of the most important features in Azure Purview. But the data lineage has, as I mentioned, limitations. So many things are not supported yet, I would say. So if you need this or particular feature, for example, supporting the whole lineage of a Power BI report, not just Power BI report to dataset, but dataset to the backend like data Azure SQL or Synapse Analytics or to the very origin of the data. If you want to see the whole stuff, then probably you must do some additional development for the lineage, which is not so difficult. We're not covering that today, but this is something that you can do. And the other good thing is that Azure governance, Azure Purview is fully aligned with M365 compliance centers. So basically that means sensitivity of the data is applied according to M365 or what you have as a data qualifications and data grouping there. So if you define your sensitivity of the data in M365, then Azure Purview will get that. Well, behind this feature, behind this architectural decision of Microsoft Purview, Azure Purview, there are benefits and drawbacks. I'm going to probably mention that later on. So this is the integration part. So once we build a data map, it means we have a data assets. What is the data map and data assets as terms? So data map is the whole map of your data, which means you have relationships which are built between metadata from different sources. Like, for example, you use Power BI for connecting to a data set, and the data set relies on reading a table in Synapse Analytics. So that means you track the flow of the data. But in order to do that, you must have the metadata from all those sources. So you must register those sources, you must scan those sources, the Purview must classify or like putting labels and groups in the data sources that you add, and then this is the process of automatic registrations, of registration, automatic scanning and classifications. And based on that, it will create our relationships between all those data. It will store that in its backend data store, which we don't have access to. And then it will build those dependencies of all those data. So this is called the data map. Every single discovery of the data is called a data asset. So the data asset is something that has been classified, scanned, classified, discovered by Purview, and you got it in your data map. Then, based on that, it will build a lineage for you. So all that stuff is the core of Purview, and I'm going to show you that today. So then on top of that, we can perform searching. So if we do a good classification, then we will be able to perform a good search of our data. For example, if you classify that a particular table has a customer data and you perform a classification that this table is classified as customer info, then if you start searching by customer info, then you will be able to find that table. So it's probably something that we must know from the very beginning with Purview. Yes, there is a lot of automation in Purview, but basically it's something that it's misunderstood at some point, that if you register and scan your data, then everything will be built as a data map automatically for you, and the data will be classified in a perfect way. That's not true. So don't go for those sketches, because Azure Purview and building data catalog actually requires a lot of work. And that is not just because of the Purview. That is part of every data catalog that you build. So you use the tool, you use the features that it has, but you must do classification yourself. You must build a dictionary or business glossary of your data. This is something that Purview allows you to do, but it's not there. So you must do it yourself, either by using, let's say, Excel list, of course, like a dictionary or glossary of Excel in the form of Excel, or data steward should type or define that for every single term. So probably the process of data catalog, even though you will see that we can have a data catalog in, let's say, an hour or so, but that doesn't mean that it is a data catalog of your enterprise, and you can do that in your enterprise. So you must consider the effort for building a catalog in your environment, because it will have, like, you must invest a lot of time on that. And yes, we have tooling. So I'm going to show you the tooling basically. And data insights is the data usage and reporting. So how it looks like on the first place. Let me switch to my, oops, not that one. Sorry. So yeah, here we go. So what I managed to provision is I do have a demo preview, but I will start a new one because it will take a while. So if I go to Microsoft Purview, then you can see that one. So I'm going to show you that one in a minute, but I'm going to start provisioning a new one. So we really start from scratch, and you will see the data catalog from zero. So first of all, I must choose Azure POS and the resource group. So the resource group will be my resource group for Purview. And then I'm going to choose the name of the account. Of course, that account is an endpoint, so we have to consider this as a unique one. And that will be, for example, Global Azure BG. Oh, yeah, good. Okay. So, East US is too far away. So, to me, the closest is probably North Europe. So, yes, the Azure Purview is not available as in East Norway yet. Those are the locations, and according to the roadmap, more will be added soon. So I'm going to choose North Europe now. And then what is this about? The capacity units. So when Azure Purview scans your data, it uses, of course, cluster or compute resources in the cloud. And it counts the usage of the resources as operations per second. So one capacity unit, which is a starting point of resource allocation for Purview, is 25 operations per second. If this is like overloaded, then your scanning will be like a queue in a queue, put in the queue, and potentially it could scan if you have like a hype of scanning for during a period of time. Then the second measure is the gigabytes of storage. So this is the metadata storage. As I mentioned, the metadata storage is actually a storage of the data map. So the data map that we built, that Purview built after we define our register sources and perform scanning, is basically metadata storage. So that metadata storage has some size, like consumes some space. And basically that's it. So I can't do a lot here. So it's validating for me, and I will start provisioning that one. So let me switch back until that is performed. Let me switch to, here we go. Okay, so let me switch to a data purview, which exists already, in order for me to show you how we use the data map and how the data catalog looks like when you query the data catalog, so that we can use our new provisioning purview account to get there. Well, not with the full featured, but at least. So obviously, yeah, when I click on data map, this is my data map. So the data map of purview is the way we organize resources. So we usually have a hierarchy. We put our branches in hierarchies, like we can organize based on organizational structure or based on the different systems, let's say, because we deal with data. So basically, organizing by system also works. We must consider that this is a hierarchy. So the hierarchy means that if we register something as part of the hierarchy on top or a top level, then this could be used or propagated in the levels below from the permissions perspective and from the metadata perspective, sorry. So what do I have now? I have a perfect enterprise, and something that probably nobody has seen till now. So this is my perfect enterprise, and my perfect enterprise has East Perfect Branch and West Perfect Branch. So as you may see, I've been able to classify my information here. So somehow organize it. I have Azure SQL, Power BI, a data lake, and a resource group. And this is part of the root of my enterprise data. Then I have 2 branches which has their unique data, valid from those branches only, or explored or mapped in those branches only. What is a collection? So a collection, in this case, these are collections. A collection defines the scope in the branch of a data map. It defines permissions, so who can do what, because permissions by default are inherited unless you define something else. And last but not least, if you have to map and discover your data, then you can limit the data discovery into a specific branch so that the users can go the data discovery in that branch only. So again, security is one thing, and probably the metadata scope is the other. So I've decided to organize the data like this, and we will do that. So in the demo of the new Purview account, hopefully in a very short time. Sorry. And then those are my collections in a different view. So you can see that there are hierarchical collections organized from the root of the main collection. And when it comes to collection, every single collection has the number of assets. So for example, on the Perfect Enterprise, I have that many assets from 4 data sources discovered. In that branch, I have, of course, less. So it accumulates all that I have from that point below. So you can see every single branch has its security. So we have collection admin, we have data source admin, data curators. So those gives different permissions to users to do different things. And that's part of data governance, because basically those users must have different permissions to do something with the data in the data catalog. Data readers just, for example, just define a data catalog, or read the data catalog, not define, sorry, read the data catalog to discover where their data are and how to reach the report. Then imagine that they find the report and they click on it and they potentially hit the security issues, like they don't have permissions to do so. So they must be able to request permission from within the same tool and potentially start a workflow process. So again, that is part of the data governance. But in order to get there, they work with the data map and the data catalog. And so this is my data map. How is that connected to data catalog? If I go here and this is my catalog, actually, if I start searching like employees, of course, yeah, here we go. So this should be a text search, and it basically works. There is a little bit of delay here now, but you can see that there are suggestions. So this is my recent searches. This is my recent suggestions. So if I skip that, then you can see that, yeah, I want to see all the objects in my data catalog which contains employee information. So I have suggestions like search suggestion, for example, or I can go to the assets, which are objects discovered and classified in my data map. So if I go here, like this will be my table. So it gives me where that resource is. So I can go and see, for example, I can look for this. Let's look for details. And here is the data catalog. So basically, this is the main value that you provide to your users. The search for the data. Text search or any kind of search, like term search, of course. If you build a business glossary behind the scene and you include the business glossary in your data catalog, then the users will be able to search by looking at the terms in the business glossary. So again, how useful the data catalog is depends on how much effort you put to classify your data. That's the most important thing you have to get as an output here. And so if I go and check, like, yeah, I got an employee data detailed as a table, and I got that as a Power BI data set. So if I click on data set, then that's probably a Power BI report and data set used. So this is the data set. Every single asset that I have has a description, classification at the asset level, and schema classification. So again, of course, fully qualified name, collection path, so everything. I got a schema classifier as well. So if it contains a schema, like for example, it's a table, then probably I will have like the columns here. So I'm going to show you that in a minute. And here is the lineage. Also, how I get there. Yeah, this is the report and this is the data set. But as you may see, I don't have like something here, which is important. So let me get back for a search result. Yeah, I will probably start with this one. This is a Synapse dedicated table. And you will see the columns here. Every single column can be classified. It can have a sensitivity label and can be part of the glossary or can be aligned to a glossary term, which means if you want to be able to search, or your users of the data catalog be able to search your data, then you must do that stuff before they are able to do so. Because the only way for the users to have, let's say, to find the birth date of employees is that you decide, you specify that this column is classified as birth date, so that when they search the catalog, they can click on birth date and they can say, yeah, okay, give me all the assets in my data field, in my data platform that contains birth date of employees. So they will have that table as part of their search. So here I got the lineage. So I can see that the data of this table comes in Azure Synapse Analytics based on, so the source of the data is the data lake storage actually. Then I got Azure Synapse copy activity. So this is a pipeline in Azure Synapse Analytics, which gets data from my data catalog runs something and loads the data into employee detailed. So employee detailed is a table. What I'm missing here, as you may sense, is the connection between employee detailed and Power BI dataset. So basically Power BI dataset relies on that table, but I don't have the whole picture of the lineage yet. So probably this is something that you must touch at some point and customize if there is a need to. So, of course, there are a lot more things behind the scene, but how the users will use the data catalog is basically like this. So if I go back, you can see that the data catalog can be filtered out by collection. As I mentioned, if you define the security and permissions to the collection, then that means it will be possible for the user to build a route based on the collection, or they will be able just to see a specific collection when they search the data catalog. Then you'll have object types. So this is something that is discovered by Purview. So you don't basically participate in the classification of object type itself. But what you do, and you must do in your data catalog when you develop the data map, is you must define and tune the classification part. So those classifiers are system classifiers. I didn't do anything on top of that, but that doesn't mean that my catalog is ready here. So I use like email address. If I filter out to email address, then you can see that I got this view, this asset here, which contains mail address. How did I get there? Here we go. So you can see that there are schema classifications, and one of the classifications, 5 in total for this asset, is email address. So that's why the classifier is shown in the catalog, and that's why I can filter out by email address. And that's something that Purview discovered for me. Here we go. So you can see that the email address has been classified. Why is that? Because classifications are basically something that is based on the number of unique data in the column and number of distinct values in the column. So there are rules, obviously, for a column to be classified as a classification, which we have here. So that is part of the scanning process when Azure Purview scans the data, and when the data matches as a template and as a number of values like samples and distinct count. You can see the distinct count here. Then the Purview can be confident that this column matches to the template that it has for email address. So these are system classifiers, but you can create your own custom classifications. So in order for a column to be classified, it must have at least 8 distinct values. And those are like thresholds built in the product for enabling classification. And that's probably the core of that product in order to build a schema like this. Can you edit that? Yes, absolutely. So you can say, okay, this is my classification, but I can edit that, for example, and I can put a classifier here yeah, this is world cities, but I probably has something about country. Yeah, country region. So obviously, yeah, that will be something that I will classify for this column so that I will have country region. And if I save that, there we go. Remember this view employee. If I get back to searches, if I say, yeah, country region, please, not just email, but just give me all the data that I have where the country region is presented, then here we go. So you will see that this is the mechanics of actually the cataloging that we make. So in order to do the catalog, you must do it first. I mean, in order for your users to search the catalog, you must create it first. You must create those rules, which will be presented here so that users can actually define the stuff. So on top of classification, you have contact. So you can assign who to contact when it comes to a data source like this or data assets like this. These are sensitivity labels, not supported yet, because my for my account is the corporate account for supporting M365 integration, and I can't configure that yet. Hopefully later in the year I will be able to do so when they release that feature. Assigned term is term or part of business glossary that we define on top of data catalog. Good. So this is the short data catalog presentation, and then these are the insights. So the insights are basically sources defined or like discovered like this. As I mentioned, this is just a fancy stuff, nothing else, just a fancy stuff, which of course there is a value behind that, of course, but for me it's like I'm more like a technical person who is interested in the technical part, and this is just for me, it's a fancy stuff, but very useful actually for the data governor or for the CIO. This is the classification. So how much data do you have in your data map from different sources? Like I have 127 assets discovered from Azure SQL. Then I have 106 from Power BI. Then I have Synapse Analytics. Then I have Azure Files, Blob Storage, etc. So these are the source type, 9 source type, assets, classified, etc. So you can see that very low classification rate that I have, right? So 23 is nothing, basically. 332 discovered, and only 23 of them has been classified, which means basically I can't search based on just those 23 classification assets. So I have so much to do in my data catalog here in order to increase that rate. That rate will potentially increase the usage of data catalog. And you must do that before you provide a data catalog to users. Otherwise, they will be very disappointed that they can't actually find the data they are looking for. Good. And you have, like, for example, I got some Parquet files, I got some data lake files, etc. So those are the things that I potentially can have, and I can view details about all that stuff. Here we go. So glossary and classifications as part of data insights, again, in preview, not entirely released. Yeah, some stuff here, or how many has been classified, personal, government. Again, this is part of the exploration sensitivity label, not there yet, at least for my tenant. Okay, so back to this. I think it's time to start discovering them. Yeah, and by the way, because I mentioned that not so many things, or there are some features of the product which will be scheduled later in 22, then you can discover Azure products by region, so that you make sure what functionality of Azure Purview you can rely on, and what is the roadmap, at least until the end of the year, by quarters. Good. So it's time to start a data map. Let me just check the timing. So now it's 11:50. Yeah, okay. I got 15 minutes before the break, so I will start with the data map. Let's see what we have here as a provisioned account. My deployment is complete, so that's convenient. Let's go to the resource. And here we go. So I got my Azure Purview now, and this is the Azure Purview account. So let me go to Azure Purview Governance Portal. And you can see that the governance portal is empty, basically, so nothing is there yet. Mhm. Okay, so I got my Global Azure BG workspace. And if I go to the data map now, you can see that I got nothing yet. But let's discover the workspace and how it looks like from the very beginning. Okay, that's it. That's all I have. So probably it's time to do collections, to register collections. But let me just explain a little bit of the workspace. So obviously this is the data map. So everything I do here will be to build my data map at the end of the day. So that means collections or creating collections, then scanning, rule set, registering sources. As you can see, I can register source here. So I'm going to do that in a minute. And then classification rows. This is my data insights, of course, empty now. Here we go. And then, yeah, assets and all the stuff, it's still empty. Then I got my data policy, which is in the preview now. I don't know why it's so slow. That's not good, actually. Okay, so obviously I have to close some stuff. Okay, good. So that's the management part. I could do a friendly name, like for example, perfect global enterprise. I'm not going to switch that, but I'm going to mention that later on. So that will be my friendly name, because if my users start searching the data catalog, probably this title will not be that friendly for them. Then I got some metrics of usage, not configuring yet. So of course, Azure Monitor takes into place here. I'm going to register Data Factory in a minute. You probably ask yourself already how that lineage is performed, and you saw in my demo that I do have registration in the lineage of Azure Synapse Analytics data pipeline. Pipeline. So that means everything that performs processing, which is Azure Data Factory and on the first place, and pipelines in Synapse on the second place, which is kind of like Azure Data Factory indeed. Probably stored procedures in SQL, and hopefully some kind of like Spark clusters and like Python notebooks in the future. So this is something that generates transformations and transfer data from one place to another, so that it should be tracked in the lineage. So for now, in order to track the lineage out of the box, we have Azure Data Factory support. So we must register Data Factory so that the Data Factory, when it performs something, it pushes the data to Purview, so that Purview registers that in its lineage. The other thing that we have as a support now is the store procedures in Azure SQL, for example, in Azure SQL in general, so in a relational engine. So having store procedures as part of the data lineage is very important, because these store procedures basically define the processing, of course, and how the data are processed. And if you work with Synapse Analytics and you register Synapse Analytics, then you will have those as well. Pipelines. Good. More on that later. And we got everything. So let me go to the data map first. So obviously we must start with the registration of data, but probably we must start with the collections. So let me create a collection now so that you can see how I'm doing that. So display name or my collection will be perfect headquarters. Here we go. No. Yeah, that one should be closed, I think. Yeah, okay, closing. Sorry about that. And collection admins. So collection admins, that will be me. And that will be my not head but head. Yeah, there is a difference, I believe. So I'm creating the headquarters, and then I'm creating another branch. Here we go. Then, yeah, please give me that. Here we go. So here I'm going to add a collection, like for example, East perfect branch. That's more than enough for now, I think. So we got our collections. In the collections, we can configure further role assignments for every collection. Inheritance is enabled by default, but if you want to disable it or like restrict a specific collection and define permissions for using that collections for end user, for example, it's very likely if you have finance departments just to use a departmental structure for building collections, but to restrict a specific department so that the data, because of the data sensitivity or specific permissions, there. Good. Okay, so let me go to sources then. And here we go. So yeah, it looks simple, but I think that's more than enough for now. So let's start registering data sources. So what I have is I have a data lake, which I'm going to register. I have a SQL database. I have a Power BI. So let me try to limit the data catalog into those 3 data sources, just because of we have a limited time, right? So we must limit the data catalog so that I can see everything. Data sources, beside like many data sources are supported actually. So we have, if you want to cover the entire resource group in Azure, then you do Azure Multiple. Azure Multiple covers everything in the resource group that you have provisioned there. And it discovers during the scanning all that stuff. This could be useful if you have a resource group which contains your, for example, analytics solution with mini data, but that doesn't mean that you should use Azure Multiple every single time. So if you have like a distinct or separate resources, then you register them as a specific resource type, like for example, Synapse Analytics, Azure Data Lake, etc. So let me go to Azure Data Lake first. Yeah, friendly names are important. So probably ADL or my ADL, whatever. That will be account name that I'm going to select here. And this will be provisioned in, probably I will do that into my yeah, I guess my East branch. Here we go. Registered. That doesn't mean that the source or that data lake is scanned, by the way. It's just a registration part. So the registration part is something that we can do. Here we go. This is my ADL here. But I don't actually scan that. So let me register SQL database then. I'm going to have this Azure SQL database here. Here we go. And that will be my, yeah, that one, that server. I will do it in, let's say, or here again. Here we go. And then I'm going to register Power BI as well. So as I mentioned, we will have those three. Okay. Power BI, of course, as a separate data source. That will be my Power BI. This is the tenant that will be in the headquarters, because let's say it's like global tenant for the company. Good. So does it mean that I have performed or I have done my data catalog? Not at all. So let's go to the first one. Here we go. So nothing has been scanned yet. In order for that data to be presented and searchable in the data catalog, I need to do the scanning. So let me start by doing the new scan first. Well, okay, so that will use Azure integration runtime. I believe you're not surprised of that. Credential. Well, managed identity, you can define a new credential. Basically, that means you will have a credential and the security of it will be stored in Azure Key Vault. Or you can use a managed identity of Azure Purview account. So that means the Azure Purview account needs to have some permissions to scan the data lake, right? So let's try. If I define Azure Purview, managed account of Azure Purview, then yeah, this is the global. Basically, I can't select any other connection, and I run a test. So I will expect to have a connection failed. I haven't defined anything about the permissions Azure Purview has on my data lake. So let me do that before the break, because it will take time for the permission to be propagated. As you can see, yeah, failed to access. What kind of permission do I need for performing that part of scanning? So if I go to my storage account, here I go. I need two permissions basically. So the first permission is for the storage account itself, and the second, I'm afraid, is the resource group. So you go to access control. In general, every single data source and its scanning, not just registration, but scanning, requires Purview to perform other role assignment, to perform a scanning of your source. So that means read permissions in general. So there are exceptions from that rule in Azure SQL when you must define the lineage. And so what kind of permissions do I need? I guess storage blob data reader will be perfect for this. Yeah, managed identity, of course. Sorry, managed identity, select members. Yeah, managed identity. Not many services use managed identity. So that's Data Factory, Stream Analytics, Synapse Workspace, and Purview. Global Azure is the one that I need. Here we go. Review and assign. So this is the first permission that I need to define. The second one, yes, please. Good. The second one goes in the research group. Okay, the research group is data engineering, so I must add a role assignment for my Azure Purview managed account to that group. I believe reader is more than enough, or storage contributor as well, but in order for avoid searching here, I will do this reader just in order to be easier for me. Of course, you realize that gives a little bit more extended permission to Purview, but I don't mind actually for now, just in order to save some time. I'm doing it. Here we go. Okay. Review, yes, please. So I'm afraid that will take a while. So you will see, even though I added those permissions, if I get back to my my ADL now and I try to scan, like this, and I test connection, connection still fails, but that's because it requires several minutes to propagate those permissions. That is a perfect timing for a break, I think. So let's have a break, and I'm going to continue with the data map after the break. So your time, the break is 12:10 to 12:30. That's 11:30 set. So we continue at 11:30 Central European time. I'm pausing and stopping sharing right now, or no, I will leave that. I'll mute myself and see you after 20 minutes. Okay, welcome back. So we continue with the data map. Now, in order to get our catalog searchable, at least to be able to see how we built that data catalog. So let me get back to the, here we go. Again, let me try now if I can access and perform scanning of the Azure data lake. So I'm generating the new scan. Again, this was the credential part and the global collection. So let's try now. Now we're talking. So that's because, as I mentioned, it took a while for the permissions to propagate. Let's see what is it in the scan, because it's important here. This is one of the major data sources for your data map in Purview. So we can choose basically to scan just some of the data folders, some of the roots in the data lake. I will potentially unselect that because of the optimization of the scanning process, so that I don't run that scan for more time. So this is kind of clear. Then let's see what else do we have. So it comes this part in the presentation where we must stop and probably I must discover for you what the scan rule is, or what is the scanning process. So basically the scanning process, as I mentioned, is the process that Azure Purview performs when it must reach the data. It reads the data, but it doesn't read the whole data. When it comes to data lake, for example, it reads a specific file types, which you can change. Basically, if you have your own file type, you may probably need to do like a different or change a rule set. So that is something that you must define here, and is performed. It defines how Azure Purview performs that scanning. So it performs the scanning based on the system default rule set for the data lake. So for every single data store that you register in Purview, you may define your own additional on top of the system rules for scanning that data source. When it comes to data lake, for example, it means that we have data types. As I mentioned, when it comes to scanning a data lake, it will consider those data types. Some of them are like non-structured, so no schema is defined out of doc or PDF or those files. And the scanning is a little bit different than, for example, a scanning of per file, which we expect to get the schema out of it. Then if you have a different types, then you must probably define your custom role or custom scanning role. So you can see here that we have scan role set. So before scanning, you must go and define a scan role set, probably add a file type when it comes to data lake, and it will scan those file types as well. So scanning role defines for data lake defines not just this, but classification rules as well. So the classification rule is something that put classifier on a specific asset or schema level, at the asset level or at the schema level. So that means we have to define that before the scanning runs. So if you have some custom classification rules, then you define them as well. So in this case, we basically define that stuff, and either now, or later. so you can configure classification later. Remember the demo that I've shown you before lunch? So that was something very important to consider as a functionality of the data catalog. So basically, you can adjust the data map and you can define a custom classifications, or you can rely on the system classifications, which is not basically the case that you must go in. Good. So that's defines the role of scanning and classification. The scanning and classification is a single process, despite it is like contains several steps in the background performed by Azure Purview, but it's still a single process from our perspective. So from our perspective, which means we define a scanning and we expect as part of the scanning to run a classification as well. So let me define this as a one-time only effort. So, but basically you have, here we go. You can define a classification and scanning on a regular basis to be performed on a regular basis, which is expected in your data platform environment to like for Azure Purview to perform. So that it gets the new data, it gets the new metadata, and it updates the catalog data behind the scene. So as you can see, every scan has a name. It's performed by integration runtime. And if I go to check this, so what's going on, you can see that it's cute right now, but that means it needs to check some stuff first, then accessing, then start reading the scope. So I will leave it like this, and I will go to my other data sources. So the next one that I must scan is probably Power BI. So let's start with the Power BI. And let me define a new scan here. So again, when it comes to Power BI, the managed account of Purview needs to have an access. Well, that's a little bit more specific than in, for example, in the data lake. So yet another type of data source that we must feel confident how to add. We must know how to add that in the Purview and what kind of permissions we define for Power BI. So if I test the connection now, then you see that I will run into the same issues like connection failed. What is the important stuff I must do in order to scan the Power BI tenant? So the first thing that I must do is to define a group in Azure Active Directory. So if I go to Azure Active Directory, you will see that I have a group defined already. If I go to groups, then that group is demo. So sorry about that. That group is demo Purview. Here we go. So the group has one member, which is my demo Purview, the full Azure Purview account that I've demonstrated to you. Now I have to add some members to this group. Here we go. So we can see that this is my demo Purview. So now I must add another member, which is my second Purview tenant. So that will be my global. Here we go, Global Azure BG. This is the managed account of my Azure Purview. So it's been added to the group. Here we go. So this group has to have permissions in Power BI. What kind of permissions in Power BI that group needs to have? Let me go to, no, not here. Admin portal and tenant settings. So there is a part here in tenant settings which defines the API settings, so that API through the API endpoint or through the API communication, the Purview would be able to connect to Power BI and scan all the stuff. So this must be enabled, and you can see, as you can see, demo purview as a group has been added here. So I must wait a little bit until it realizes that basically the account of purview is part of that group, and it actually has those permissions as part of the group. So all the stuff needs to be enabled like this. Here we go. I'm not sure, like, you probably will not need a DAX part for mashup expressions, but that could be enabled as well. So at least those two must be enabled and contain or assign permission to a specific security groups. So this has been performed, but I believe that it will take a while. Let's see if the connection will be successful. No? Okay. So I will get back to that Power BI. Let's get back to data sources. So the third data source that we have is Azure SQL. So Azure SQL must also be enabled for scanning. Well, this should be easy. So if I click on new scan, then you can see several things. First of all, database name. So that's the database name for sure. That is Microsoft Purview account. Again, managed system account. If you use SQL account to connect to that database, for example, if the database and the server are not enabled for Azure Active Directory authentication, then you must you must define Azure Key Vault so that you store the password for account in the Key Vault. On top of that, there is this part here, which is the lineage extraction. Yes, it's in preview. They actually they released that released that in preview. I think 2 months ago in SQL Bits in London. So we saw that it was promoted like a lineage extraction from Azure SQL database means it will read all the store procedures once you start executing them, and those store procedures will push the information to Azure Purview so that it tracks the lineage for us, not just the pipelines, not just factory stuff, but store procedures as well. And as you can see, in order to do that, Azure Purview requires DB owner role in the database. Well, that's a little bit overkill, but it's like it is, so we can't argue with that. I'm going to define those permissions for the account. So if I click that, it will see that it will not be able to connect for me. So let's get back to the, here we go, to Azure, to my Azure database. So this is the database that I got now. What I need to do is I need to create a user, which is the managed account for Azure Purview. If you know, if some of you, I believe some of you are familiar how to create a managed account in Azure SQL, but in order to do so, we use a statement at the database level, which is create user from external provider. So creating user from external provider requires Azure SQL to be enabled for Azure Active Directory authentication, which you perform outside of SQL itself, but in the portal. So if you, sorry, not that part. So if you need to do that, then you must go to Azure SQL. Here we go. And yeah, so in order to enable SQL for Azure Active Directory authentication, you must configure Azure Active Directory Azure Active Directory admin. So once you do that, then you will have that option on, and you will be able to register Azure Active Directory accounts. So let me create that account. That's interesting. How many data purview do I I really need to do it now because that account has different subscription already. Okay. And the width is different though. So let me check if that will work for me. So if not, it's a little bit of an issue. Database. Yeah. I think I got an issue here, but let's see. That will be challenging. Database scope credential. I can see actually the credentials like database credential. And what was the yeah, that should work. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Yeah, that's not good at all. Let me try to fast fix this, but I'm not sure I can let me check the syntax. Drop credential. Yeah, of course. So okay. Yeah, that was what I was trying to type in Azure SQL. Which means I'm not mistaking that part, but for some reason it said it's not. Okay, so yeah, that's nice, guys. So I'm afraid that will take me a little bit more time to fix that that stuff, but yeah. So that one I will probably will not be able to show you now, unfortunately. Okay, let me see how the Power BI is going. Power BI is scanning. Yeah. Here we go. No. That's ridiculous, really. Yeah. Okay, which one is that? Very nice. So I believe it's this one. So I'm going to use that because it doesn't give me the name of the scope credential. Yeah, you know, I can't drop the user because there is a credential. I can't drop credential because there is a user. Yeah, that's kind of like that end, I'm afraid. Okay, good. Anyway, so let's continue with this. Then I'm going to show you the other stuff, like registering, and I'm going to transfer to demo preview so that we see at the end of the day what we have. Good. Power BI. Yeah, one of those things, you know, when I'm thinking about it, when you just you know what the problem is. So there was a demo preview, Global Azure Big G, but the managed account of demo preview is basically the account which is has a GUID behind that. So that GUID is defined for that account, and this has been defined in the database. But the problem is that now I have another one with the same name, but that's a different GUID. So if you use SQL, you know that's an orphan case that it's easy to resolve. But if you use Azure SQL, then that's a little bit more dramatic, obviously. So something that I didn't expect to hit in this case. So obviously, I will not be able to fix that entirely during the presentation now. That's a shared access signature. And that's the credential actually. So I need to make sure the credentials and it's not like this. Okay. Last try. That's the same. No, that's the name of the credential, but the point is that I can't delete it right now because it's used for some reason. Yeah. Okay, go. So let's go to Power BI then. And now I'm defining the new scan. As you may see, if I click now, so let's see if that, yeah, that's now it's success. So you can see that for most of the resources, except Azure SQL, which, yeah, should be the easiest one. Anyway, for most of the resources, you basically define, you need to wait a minute or two or several minutes, up to 10, for all those permissions to propagate. This includes Power BI, this includes Azure Data Lake, this includes even some Synapse Analytics for like some reasons, but this is something that you must like plan. Here we go. So for Power BI, I'm saving and running that. Okay, so now we got it. Let's go and see the sources and the Azure Data Lake now. Here we go. Yeah. So the scan is completed. So now let's see how much of our data has been scanned. As you can see, assets discovered here, 258. Well, that's something. But does it mean that everything discovered can be searchable? So is this something that you can search on? Well, not entirely, I'm afraid. That means basically not all of them have been classified. So if I go to the if I go further, so you will see the assets in a minute. You will see that yes, those assets has been discovered. They has been saved here in my data map, but that doesn't mean they have been all of them has been classified. So I'll probably need to do some stuff in order to make that classification run. So if I go here and if I said, okay, so now I got my sources, I can go and see insights so that you can see that. Yeah, will take a while to propagate insights. Yes, you can see that it's something that it builds because in the backend right now, the source has been scanned, but all the information that is like building the connections between the data is something that should take some or will take some time. Good. So we will get back to that after a while. And what you need to register on top of that. So besides data sources and scanning and classification, something that you need to define in register is the Azure Data Factory. So as I mentioned, when it comes to lineage, you must register Azure Data Factory. So Data Factory is the first and probably the most important for now for Azure Purview source of lineage data, because the Azure Data Factory is basically the engine or the integration runtime which orchestrates data in Azure. So it contains all the metadata that potentially Azure Purview will need, and it will build all that in the data catalog in the backend of Azure Purview. So this is the Azure Data Factory that I'm going to register here, so that when I run something, it will potentially give the lineage or provide a lineage to me. So that data factory is registered successfully. And if I go back to my scanning and sources, here we go. So my data lake. Here we go. So you can see that now the information is updated, and you say discovery is really indeed 258, but the classified assets are just 11. And while doing Power BI stuff, so let me see how the Power BI is going in the scanning process. Yeah, it's still up and running. So let me get back to the data map so that we make a review of what has been done up until now and how you build the data map. So first of all, it's clear, I believe already, that when you build a data map, you basically connect to all the data sources that you have. So every single connection is different. And it's very important to always check what kind of source you add to Azure Purview. Why? Because every single data source supports different things in Azure Purview, different functionality in Azure Purview. And there is a link, I believe I have it here, data sources. Yeah, here we go. So let me go to that link so that you can see what I mean. And you always check that. Here we go. This is the link that you always have to check before you plan your implementation of Azure Purview. This link constantly updates, as you can see, the last update time. So this link contains all the possible data sources that you can add to Azure Purview in order to build your catalog and data map. And as you can see, we got Azure, we got database, we got file services, etc. So the data store is listed here, but let me zoom it a little bit. Here we go. But then you have technical metadata, then you have classification, then you have lineage, and then you have access policy. What does it mean? So you can see that blob storage is basically Azure Data Lake, contains almost everything, which is actually true because this is the main part of your usually data platform in Azure, and it's probably the most difficult one to gain the metadata about. So for data lake, we have technical metadata. Technical metadata means the data are scanned, of course, within a list of possible data types. So the data are scanned. Then we got a classification. So the classification means, yeah, the data, there are algorithms which Purview runs and could classify data. When it comes to files, though, there are different steps in the classification process. For example, read the metadata out of the file first, then read top 100, for example, data, more than that, of course, but from out of the files, and then trying to match to the rule classification rules that, for example, are different based on the different data sources. For example, if it comes to tables, then classification rule will be distinct of column values for every single column. That's why Purview needs read permissions, at least read permissions for most of the data sources. And that's how we must plan every single data source, how we add that data source to Azure Purview. So when it comes to that data source, though, classification means just what I just mentioned, but on top of that, there is a lineage. So lineage is limited. I wouldn't say that there is, except Data Factory, as I mentioned, and Data Share, something else that supports lineage entirely from the data source, because lineage means understanding how the data are processed, not just the metadata, but the processing of the data, how the data are like aggregated and transferred or selected and transferred to a different data source. And that is happening in Synapse Analytics via pipelines and mapping data flow. So as you can see, just pipelines are added, no mapping data flow yet. According to Azure Database, as I mentioned, reading lineage information is still in preview. So that means, yes, if you read the lineage information, that will be, let's say, just the store procedures out of it. That's why we needed the DBO permissions. Lineage is limited from the data lake. Why is limited? Because it really depends on what kind of data types you basically read, and if you cover that in the Data Factory. Azure Data Lake itself is not an engine, right? So it's not something that computes data. It's just a data store. So that means there should be an engine connected to Data Lake, like Azure Data Factory, in order to track the lineage out of it. Good. Access policy is something that is in the beginning of a purview. So when it comes to access policy, it means we can use purview to force security or security definition, like permissions assignment to Azure Data Lake. That's a little bit tricky, of course. So it aligns to a process like request permission first, and we define a workflow in Azure Purview, and then we define an access policy in Azure Purview so that Azure Purview can enforce those permissions or can check those permissions. So of course that means Azure Purview managed account requires far more permissions over the data lake. That is one case, and the other is it really requires a little bit more work for configuring that on a resource scope level, even on a subscription level. So that's why I mentioned that this is just the beginning of the data governance process. And as you can see, it's just a blob storage and ADL first. That will be a little bit tricky, I believe, to define and configure that for other data sources, like, for example, Azure SQL. So what kind of like permissions Azure Purview must have in order to do that for Azure SQL database. Every single source here and every single data store has its way to act and define in Azure Purview. So you can see, if you click on the source, then you can see how to connect that to Azure Purview. It's like a library with how-to stuff, very important. You basically have everything that you would possibly need when you work with a predefined data store here in Purview. Good. So once you do that with all the supported data stores, then you will be able to create this data map that I tried to perform. And this will appear in all those collections. Something specific from the authentication perspective. So I believe most of the things, at least for common data sources, you are already aware of. Like system assigned managed identity is used as a common way to connect to Blob, SQL, Synapse. So most of Azure sources that you register, because managed identity is supported in those sources. So you can add a managed identity account in those sources. The other way around is to use credentials. But in order to use credentials in Azure Purview, you must configure Azure Key Vault first. So that is the second possible authentication method that you can use in Azure Purview to connect to your source and scan it. So that could be account key, SQL authentication for SQL Server, service principal, again, by using Key Vault, or specific consumer key based on the source data type. How the scan is performed? Well, the overall process basically depends or differs based on where the data source is. If the data source is in Azure or is part of Azure subscription, then you define in Purview, you define the data sources, then you use Azure Integration Runtime to connect to that data source, something that I've shown you for the data lake, for Azure, for Power BI, and I tried to show you for SQL as well. So this part is the connection, then it performs scanning, then the part 3 is basically what Azure Purview gets as a metadata out of that data source. And this is something that Azure Purview supports. So we don't have basically access to that stuff. And this is where Azure Purview stores the metadata catalog or data map. So this runs on a periodic basis. Unfortunately, versioning is not supported for most of the data yet. That means what will happen if a table, which has been considered as an asset, will be deleted after that? So, or what if you change some data or like structure of the data? On what will happen in the next scan? That's still under question. So the other important thing to consider, you have 3 possible Purview accounts. For now, it's a limitation. Don't ask, I don't know where that limitation comes from. So you have 3 Azure accounts in your subscription. So you may provision up to 3. And then generally, you need 1. Basically, or 2 max. If one is like just a development environment, then you will have another one which will contain everything. So in that case, this is your Purview account. But what about the data? So where you're going to provision your Purview account? Well, it's you try to provision your purview account as close as possible to your data, because that scan is best to perform within a data center in order to not transfer too much data between data centers. But that is not a problem though. So Azure account or Azure Purview has like two parts: the account itself and the map. So sometimes it's possible to build a map differently, but that's under the scene, so we don't have a control over it. In general, the best practice is to like consider where the most data is, with the data that you will scan on a periodic basis, and you place your Azure Purview there. What about the classification part again? So what I've shown you up until now, and just to make a summary of it and some specific things that you may need in your future work to understand. So scan and classification, once we register data source, as you saw, then you plan and identify the classification requirements. You may do something like this. You classify, you read the data first, then you see the classification success rate, which is really in the beginning very low, and then you adjust the classification in two ways. You either create a custom classification and then scan the data again, so that you try to have your classificators built in and performed during the scanning, or you just adjust the classification after the scanning has been performed. The next scan will not override your classification, even though it's not part of the scanning process. It will just do like another one. So it will put another one if it finds it, if it finds it. So it's okay to do it in both ways. What I've done before the lunch, showing you the city, the country classificator, was I created a custom classification. I created a custom assignment on the schema classificator. So this means I managed to classify columns as part of the schema, but I don't rely on scanning process in order to get that classification up and running, or to see that classification in the catalog. So that's a really good way to do it, just to make an adjustment. But in general, you will probably try to do like a framework, like rules of classifications, which should run as part of your scanning process. So you create a custom classification, you create a scan rule set, you configure it, like configure and select and scope the scan, and you schedule the scan trigger. This is a regular or traditional way to do it, and the right way, I would say. So what I skipped in this case is just I define the classification, which is directly mapped to the schema, without relying on that classification to be performed during the scanning process. Azure Purview classifies data based on the Regis and Bloom filters, so those are the rules. If you want to get a system and custom classification, then you classified assets based on patterns, and that will be made available for you as all the classification along with the default one. So regular expression pattern or dictionary, those are your two things. Regular expression pattern, part of regex, or dictionary could be like you upload dictionary. Then you define a rule set, and then that becomes part of your scanning process and classification. Well, it's worthy to mention how you optimize the classification of ADL data, or data which are stored in the data lake. So first of all, we scan resource set. When we scan a resource set, then that means, or we enable resource set, or so-called advanced resource set, we allow Azure Purview to do a good optimization based on regex patterns, but encountering GUID number, date, and localization, so that it scans a container in our data lake which contains all those files instead of like full scanning of all those files. So this is a really good, better, I would say, scanning. So imagine that we have those sources, for example, like in our data lake, we have container web logs, we have like different areas, and then we have like JSON files. So in this case, it will try to make an advanced scanning to build a regex pattern and to define a resource pattern rules, so that it kind of like parameterizes the containers which repeat. So it relies on a number which changes, on a date which changes, on kind of localization, for example, this here. So it's a really good practice to consider that. So let me go to my first demo preview, which I've shown you already. Let me show you how we define that. Here we go. So advanced resource set is on. And now I'm going to force a scanning of the data lake, or at least I'm going to check if the data lake has been scanned for me so that I can show you the scanning process. Let me check which one is this, not that one, so that you can see how that resource set has been scanned. Yeah, not that one either. Yeah, that's why it's important to have a naming convention, right? So yeah, I think I did that. So let me browse the catalog by source type, and let me go directly to the data lake. And let me see. No, it hasn't been scanned, that one. Yeah. So I probably need to force the scanning so that you can see how much data have been scanned in that data lake, and potentially something that you cannot as a data set. So in this particular case, I will hope that after a while, which is, yeah, it takes time, of course. So after a while, after scanning the Azure data lake, I will be able to see the rows and the resource set pattern rules. Very important stuff when you have data lake. Good. That means I have managed to build a data map. So the data map is, or contains, in other words, the registration, the organization of data in collections, the scanning and classification process. So all that stuff builds a foundation of the data map for me. On top of that data map foundation, I am doing a data catalog, or I'm using a data catalog. During the usage of the data catalog, we must adjust the data map, or let's say adjust the classification. And after the next scheduled scan, the data will be classified. Your primary goal is to achieve a really high classification rate, to define a business glossary in your data catalog, so that you end up with a really useful data catalog at the end of the day, and you gain lineage as well. So yeah, the data catalog. But before that, let me see, what do I have here? So if the Power BI has been scanned, yeah, it has been completed. So I got the discovered assets already, 0 classified. Obviously, I need to do some work here in order to get better with the classification of Power BI data. Anyway, I got a catalog. So my perfect global enterprise with 3 data sources, 2 of them scanned, 147 assets, no glossary terms yet. What does it mean? So let me search for, like, for example, sales. Okay, I got some search out of the box. As you may see, that gives me something, even though most of my data haven't been classified yet. but that doesn't mean that my data catalog is ready. At some point, I will switch to another one, but let me first give you an idea how, based on two data sources, I got some information. So yeah, I got some reporting here. Probably I got my sales report. Here we go. That's my Power BI data source. Hasn't been classified, not many properties. Lineage, well, I don't believe I will have some useful stuff here, but at least I can see that that's part of that workspace. That is a sales report, part of that workspace. So this is the Power BI data set that I have, and this is the report that I have. I could classify that a little more in order to be able to find my resource better. Let's get back to my stuff. So for example, sales orders. Okay, so I got suggestion here, sales order number. Where do I have a sales order number? Let's see. That's good. I have a sales number or order number in new sales card report, and in my sales report and my sales order per CAF file. Good. Okay, let's start by doing this first or discovering this first. Oh, that's nice. So you can see, even though I didn't manage to add my database, so Purview didn't manage to connect to my database, I still have that as a source which comes from the card report because I have a data set there. So that's my new sales card report, right? That's my Power BI data set relying on that new sales card report. And that's my Azure SQL database. So obviously at this point, I can see that, yeah, do I have something on that data source? If you can see, some of them have details, but that one doesn't because I don't have it in my data map. So at some point, I'll probably need to fix that part so that I add that into my data map and I could explore Azure SQL database more from the metadata perspective. But at least I got my lineage, so I can see that I got some data here. What about my schema? So yeah, I got some stuff like, for example, in this report, I see that I have sales order number, but what other thing that I see is I got credit card number. Really? Is that something that should be presented here? Yeah, so probably after a while, I will hope that my classification or sensitivity label that Azure Purview will have as a feature will enable or change the sensitivity label of that column. So I will immediately see two things. Which columns in my data map have this sensitivity column? So if I check something like, okay, give me all the data that have a high sensitivity label put on them. This is a very important information that should come out from the data catalog. In order to have that, though, you have to configure sensitivity label in M365. So once I got that feature, I strongly hope that it is coming really soon in Purview. I will be able to answer that very important question. So in my enterprise, I can configure the sensitivity label and I can say, okay, give me all the assets that have sensitivity label. It will give me not only my table, which contains that, but it will give me the data set. It will give me the Power BI report. So I could track the whole usage as a lineage of a sensitive data. That's one of the most valuable features of Microsoft Azure Purview. So that's very important stuff. Now I can say something like this. Okay, I know that is coming, but I should be able to classify something like this. Unfortunately, when it comes to sensitivity label, you cannot define sensitivity label manually within Purview. When it comes to Azure SQL data source, sensitivity labels are completely different stuff than classification that we have in Azure SQL. So that is something that is have nothing in common. Those are two different features. So when it comes to SQL data and sensitivity, just take into account that sensitivity will not take the classification or classifier of SQL data that you have out of the box, and you can enable further for specific columns. No, unfortunately, this is not the case. And you cannot define this in Purview neither, so you need to wait for that feature to come. Good. So I got a credit card. At least what I can say is, yeah, that should be classified as a credit card number. So that's my classification. What else? Well, probably I have all the remaining things, but at least credit card. No, that's not the one. Sorry, that's the one that should be classified. Here we go. Yeah. Those that you can see here are classification that I have by default. So I'm saving that. Yep. So that has been classified. What if I see this and I say, okay, I really need to do something about classification of customer information. So I will get back and say, okay, please do for me a custom classification, a new one, and that will be, for example, customer info. Oops, info. Yep. So I'm not doing anything else beside that, like, for example, pattern or specifying the level of confidence and all that stuff that is needed for Azure Preview to make that part of a classifier algorithm during the scanning. I'm just having that as a label so that I can put on some assets. Back to the data map. And that probably sales order number that I got. Good. Power BI data set will be classified. Here we go. And I'll say, okay, that's, this data set contains customer info, so should be classified like this. Good. What is a certified? Certified is a part of a workflow or data governance process. So they will include that as part of the governance process, but you may go through some of your assets and say, yeah, that's a certified, which means that is checked for organizational quality standards. So yet another flag which can be used in the data governance process. Good. So I'm saving that. Now what I did is I just managed to do two classification of my data set. So if I get back to my data catalog now, and I browse assets, for example, in my, here, then you can see that I got my collection with the sub collection, and what I got is not just data type, but here are my two classification that I made, right? So this is a credit card number and customer info. So please let me know which one has a customer info. Here we go. Please let me know which one has credit card number. Oops, sorry. I was too fast. Yeah, credit card number. Yeah, that one. So probably you need to do something about that. Well, let me go and see. Okay, I got this as a credit card number, but what is the lineage? Where did this data come from? Yeah, Azure SQL, of course. So I need to do something about that, really. Okay, good. You saw that I got some stuff on sales order number as Parquet. Here we go. Let's see. Let's take a look at that one. Good. Again, no classification out of the box. Nothing has been classified. What about schema? Yeah, I do have a schema. This is a Procare file. So metadata of the Procare file has been read. And yes, there are some rules for scanning process of Procare files. They're very well documented. So that means you can see how much data you read basically out of those files. When it comes to data lake, as I mentioned, it's a resource set that are scanned, not just the full scan of every single file is performed. So don't worry about that. Good. I can say that I have customers data here, so I can continue with that. Yeah. So classification of customer info. Here we go. And save. This is basically something that will have my stuff. Well, the lineage doesn't come at this point, but what I could do is I could run the Azure Data Factory, which pushes lineage. Unfortunately, the main point of that, like SQL database, which that lineage goes through a lot, is missing here. But what you can see, Azure Data Factory, no, a factory. Oh, yeah, let me see. Yeah, I need that one. No. Here we go. So I will push the pipeline. I will run the pipeline now, which will read data from the Procam and load data into my SQL database so that I tried to run the lineage for you so that you can see the lineage. Let me go to the pipeline. Orders to Azure SQL, so that pipeline, and I'm running it. Remember, the Azure Data Factory has been registered in my Azure Purview. So what will be done in Purview now and in communication between Azure Data Factory and Purview is this lineage, which is reading a file, loading into that table, and potentially using that table further on, is something that will be pushed from Data Factory to Purview. So that succeeded. Here we go. And after a while, we will probably see the lineage. That will take a while, really, because this push, yeah, here we go. Oh, yeah, that was fast, really. So this was what I've just did. So you saw now that I got my data lake sales order Procare file. And then this file goes through Azure pipeline, right? So that's a copy operation between, like, I'm copying the Procare and I'm loading the data into sales order header table, even though I don't have that resource, right? But Azure pipeline, Azure Data Factory has a metadata which are enough for having that or placing that in the lineage, at least until that part. What I would do in the lineage, what I will do is the connection in Azure SQL, which is I'm running store procedures there. I'm reloading data to a table, which is used by a data set. So that part I cannot show you, but at least up until now, you can see that what is pushing the lineage from the resources is a data factory. Here we go. So now from this part, I can go and see this is my resource, this is my Procare, this is my data factory. I can switch to the asset and or open in Azure. And that is like switching to the asset, which I currently don't have, but that will just, yeah, show me that part. So I don't have that Azure SQL table, unfortunately. It's just the assets, the metadata that I have from Data Factory, because this is something which hasn't been connected to that part. But anyway, I have that as a schema, so you can see that. And it has been tracked by factory, actually. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so I think up until now you managed to get the idea about behind the connecting to the source, building a data map, scanning and classification, doing custom or adding classifications to your data. Yeah. And then what I would like to show you on top of that is two things. The first thing is glossary, business glossary, which is working with a catalog basically. And then I'm going to switch back to my original Purview account so that you can see the Synapse Analytics connection between Azure Purview and Synapse Analytics. Very interesting feature. I admit I really like it. So business glossary. So when it comes to business glossary, we have additional classification. So business glossary, even though it happens on top of or after scanning or after classification, it's a additional labeling in its nature. So every business area has its glossary. Like, for example, terms that you use. For example, TTC, wherever, you know what is it when it comes as like talks in your area or company. Or TTO total or TCO total cost of ownership is a common term, but probably in your specific case, it has a specific usage. So all those terms that we use in our company, and they are connected with the data. They probably are connected to specific KPIs in your reporting. They are connected to specific columns in your Azure SQL tables. So all that stuff matters, and we must create a glossary terms in order to help our users to query the data at the end of the day. So what is a glossary term and how we define that? In order to edit that, in order to put a glossary term for every single schema or column or an object, we must have that term or beforehand. So let me go. You can see that it's empty. So I need to do something with the business glossary. Yeah. If I need to manage the glossary, then it's part of the data catalog, as I mentioned. So business glossary is a data catalog. It is not part of the data map. Again, data map, you got a data map, and then you got data catalog on top of it. So manage glossary. I'm defining a new term here. So I can use a system default, for example, for my new term, or I can create a new term template. So what's the difference behind it? Term template is just a grouping of terms. So that will be perfect enterprise group, for example, whatever. And I can define the new attribute. What does it mean? So when it comes to template, that means how a term is defined, right? So what kind of attributes every single term has? For example, name, pattern, or something else. If I need a separate term template to define my terms, then I need to create a new one. Or I can use an existing system default, which gives me an option to define my templates having that structure, with that structure. So this structure of defining the templates is something that is pretty fine. So I'm going to use this now like a system default template. I'm not going to create a new one. But for example, a term which is, for example, CF, whatever that means, customer flag. So that will be customer flag, for example. I don't have a parent, I don't have an acronym, I don't have anything else as resources, but you can see that you can add some stuff here. So you can make the terms in hierarchy as well, which is good, of course. So I'm creating that. Here we go. So that's my term, right? You can create a business glossary terms, not manual like I did, but you can, if you have them in a list, for example, with that structure that I mentioned in the template, or a new structure that you create for your terms, you can load them from Excel. So if you have a glossary in Excel, or you can extract the glossary Excel from somewhere, then you can import that glossary here, and then you can just map the columns and in the assets to the glossary terms. So if I get back to my data catalog, here we go. Yeah, online order flag. Let me attach business glossary term to it so that you can see it, how it appears in the catalog. Glossary terms on online flag. Yeah, here we go. That's my glossary. So if I go and search for CF, which is something that all employees in my perfect global enterprise know, then they must find out all the data connected to that term, or all the data which have that term. Here we go. So what if I search by this? Right. Yeah, here is the assigned term. So it appears as, I don't know if you can see it, because it's down there. But it appears as an assigned item or term in this case, and it appears here. Yeah, there we go. So yet another way to customize the metadata so that your users can actually find your metadata. The important thing is, when you add a classification, you classify the data during the scanning process. So all the classification will be part of the data, and the engine will run that and attach the classification to the data during the scanning. Business glossary is something that is defined on top of it. So it's not part of the scanning. It's part of assigning labels to the metadata catalog, to the data map after the data map is created or rescanned. You can change the terms at any point. And in order to change the terms and define classifications, you need to have permissions into a collection. So that's not what the users perform. Users just need to be able to search that catalog in the best possible way and to find the information that that catalog has. But they should not be able to change anything. If there is a term that should be assigned, then there is a separate role which can do that. So assigning the term or working with the glossary is a separate role from the security perspective per collection as well. Here we go. So this is my scam, and you can see that glossary term here. Good. And of course, yeah, all the lineage. Good. So this was one thing that I wanted to show you. Let me, yeah, that's the searching of data. Business glossary, again, that's collection of terms. You can build synonyms, you can build related terms so that when you work with the data catalog, you can show them. It's basically the technical jargon, what I mentioned earlier. Good. Data labeling. again, sensitivity labels. You can see from the screen, from my screen, and yeah, just let me try to zoom it. What? Oh, really? Yeah, shouldn't be that difficult, you know? Yeah, good. So what I wanted to show you here is a little bit zooming of this screen because it's important. So you can see that on every data you got classification, you got glossary term, right, which we covered, and this is label. And you have contact, which is, you saw that every asset that you have can have a contact. Like, for example, username, account, which appears, whom to contact if you want to access to that resource, to that asset. Very important. And you can, everything that you have, you put on your data in order to enrich the metadata as much as possible. You can query the data catalog. So the labeling, sensitivity labels, this comes, like, for example, here, it's secret, highly confidential, confidential, etc. And when you have this data classified with and with labeling, which again comes from M365, then the most useful part of it is to have that marked, labeled for every data source, for every asset that you explore in the data catalog. So when you see that, you know that in that report, there are secret data. How many you have with that, how many assets, here we go, you have that as a report. And of course, you have that as a report in the data insights as well. So that's very, very useful and important. You can have that in the lineage as well. So you may see when exactly, at which part of the data flow, that particular asset gain its secret label. So probably it reads some column from some column from one of the sources, and from that it inherits the sensitivity label of the data. Very nice feature. Data insights, as I mentioned, data insights is just series of dashboards so that you can have an overall idea of how the data has been classified, in which assets, which type of asset source type you have. You can see the rate here. That's a good rate, I would say. So source types and everything by scans, glossary, certification, etc. So let me see if we got that already. No. I'm getting to the insights now. It takes a while to build. Here we go. Oh no, not yet. Okay. Yeah, we got some stuff. One term has been used. How nice is that? Yeah, you can see that. One term has been used. According to classification, yeah, it will take a while to build that. Data insights is something that is built in the background. So after a while, when you build catalog, it will appear. Good. Lineage, as I mentioned, currently lineage is supported from pipeline. So you saw that as a demo. But I would really like to get there. So like to have this Azure SQL, then to have copy activity, then to have Power BI, etc. So I'm going to show you in a minute how it looks like when Synapse Analytics is involved, so that you can see Synapse Analytics as part of it. But in general, the goal is to build all that stuff. So you saw the way to do it from, let's say, a Parquet file to Azure SQL. Again, this is ADF. is pushed by Azure Synapse pipelines when you register a connection to Azure Synapse. And that is something that is probably good to just see. I'm not fully demonstrating that. Here we go. But here I do have this as a source. Yeah. So this is Power BI data set for employee detailed. But if I go to, Synapse dedicated table, you may see that. Not classified though, but I expect to have a lineage. Here we go. So what is this HR load, basically? You can see the data come from the data lake now. Then this is Synapse copy activity. This is Synapse pipeline. So that means it appears in lineage because I run Synapse pipeline. And while Synapse pipeline runs, I push the metadata to Power, not me, but Synapse Analytics workspace. It pushes the metadata to Purview so that I can see the overall lineage of that. How that happens? Well, it happens actually in Synapse, not in Purview. So let me show you that. That's my Synapse workspace, that one, 90s. So the registration of Purview, in order to have all that stuff, is performed in Synapse. Not manage, sorry. Yeah, there we go. You got Azure Purview. And you can see that what I did here is I connected Synapse with Purview from within Synapse. So in this case, Synapse pipeline integration and data lineage is connected so that Synapse pushes the data from the data lineage, from the pipeline to Purview. Well, on top of that, I believe I got also, here we go. So on top of that link, what I got in Synapse Analytics is this. Can you see that? So that link allows me to search the catalog from within Synapse Analytics. So let me try them. Here we go. So I got my employee details. So I got basically the same search. Let's see if it is the same. I'm still in Synapse Analytics, right? Yeah, kind of. Like you have directly the resource from here. So you got the schema, you got the lineage. So this is part of the integration between Synapse Analytics and Purview. So I believe that's a very useful stuff between those two services. Good. So just a few words about security data policy and workflows. So when it comes to security, I mentioned that we have access and permissions, which we configure in Purview. Those are access and permissions for the user who will use Purview. We have several groups, like roles in Purview, like, for example, data reader, data curator, data source administrator, collection administrator. So we have a really good granularity of roles, I would say. so that we define how users or what the users can do. For example, readers, they can just perform search and find their resources, find their reports that contain some stuff, like all the reports for that are connected to CEF, for example, as a business term. So they can filter out and go to resources, and this could be their central place for working with a data platform. You can define roles at a collection level, and this could be inherited by default in your collections, but you can break the inheritance so that you define a specific roles in their membership in a specific collection areas. Data policies and workflows are in preview now, but the idea behind that is to leverage Azure Purview to enable access to data sets. And again, it's only for Azure Data Lake now. So in data policy, you define like who can do what. So you define a policy which will be enforced or put as part of the workflow. So policy statements up to 5. You define that you allow, for example, read on this data set to a finance group. This is Azure Active Directory group, basically. So it relies entirely on Azure Active Directory, and you define those rules as part of an access policy so that you enable all that stuff from within Purview, and it becomes like your data governance. Again, this is not part of the data catalog. This is part of the data governance functionality of Azure Purview. Still in preview and still only for Azure Data Lake. So far from being able to use that functionality yet. It requires a data owner for provisioning for this to function. It requires a lot of configurations basically to get there. When it comes to workflows, you have data governance and data catalog workflows. Data catalog for workflow is to manage approvals based on the access policies. And this is called at the glossary level. So this is within the catalog, only within a catalog. So workflow means if somebody wants to access some stuff based on the glossary term or update a glossary term, for example, then you define a workflow for that so that user requires permissions and it's given to the user or sending notifications again. When it comes to data governance, this is the data policy actually. So this is only for the data catalog. This is for data policy. Both are in preview. So this is something that we expect to have. So that was it for today. I believe that you managed to understand at least the basic structure, concept, and terms of Azure Purview for building a data catalog. Again, I would, if I have to make an give advice to you at this point, is don't underestimate. Even though you can see all those fancy stuff, like with a one click, you can register and scan the data source and get your data dictionary and data catalog. That doesn't mean that you're ready. So the big, the big work, the big part of work should be to build a data map, to add your data, to register your data, to organize the collections, to register your data, and to scan your data, and to build a good classification. So before that, don't allow access to the end users to your data catalog, because they need to see the value out of it. And the value comes when you have a good classification rate and when they can search and find the data they want. So in that case, it's something that will, of course, need adjustment all the time. So it's not the solution that you build and leave it like this. No, it's always under development. It's always the next version. It's always something that you need to adjust because the data changes in your environment. So you need to adjust everything basically. Those are some links that you can use for getting the product information, watch the videos on Azure Purview, view the documentation. Very useful is to join the technical community because you can understand a lot of stuff, including the roadmap and potential changes and potential new features that are coming to Azure Purview. So with this, I would like to thank you very much for your attention and especially for your time today. It was a pleasure for me to be part of Global Azure Bulgaria. And stay tuned. I believe you will find the very useful sessions until in the afternoon, so that you can join and see more in Azure from the data perspective. See you next time, hopefully face to face. So bye for now.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Our customers have been trusting us for over 150 years now. Our apps rank amongst the best banking apps, and more than 1.9 million customers are already using our apps on a daily basis. We have big plans and want to extend our feature stack. What can you expect if you join our digital banking solutions team? A highly motivated agile team setup, a balanced mixture of talents and professionals, a collaborative environment with colleagues of 40 different nationalities in 4 locations, a scalable and modern technology stack with Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud Services, a flexible API-based ecosystem, CI/CD with up to 30 releases per year. We want to grow together with you. Check out our latest job postings.
Azure Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals. Since 2017, I have the privilege and honor to drive Stripes forward in the role of CEO. We offer solutions to our clients in digital transformation, smart applications, and infrastructure. Our mission is to build smart solutions that create business impact. We are Stripes.
Testing, can you hear me? Hello? Testing? Testing? Okay, you can hear me now. I cannot hear you for some strange reason. Okay? So is this live? Yay! It's live. Hello. Okay. I think I'm sharing my screen, but I cannot see myself. Or the screen in this case. Oh yeah. Oh, I see the screen. Okay. Welcome everyone. So let's try this out. Let's see if this works. I do apologize for all of this failing for a bit, but hopefully this will be okay. I am live at Lisbon Airport, so in fact I can show you that I am here at the airport doing crazy things. Okay, and let's try to go for this and get started. I do apologize for the delay, but when you try to do a live session from an airport, it becomes very, very difficult. So let's give it a try. So everyone okay? Okay. So let's get started. This is a crazy session about chaos. So let's see what happens. And this is my cat. Sadly, I have to leave my cat in my house. And I am physically here at the airport because I will travel. Otherwise, I would have been in Sofia in Bulgaria to do this session in person because that's the only way you get free food. But let's get started. So this is me. My name is Andram, and I've been to Bulgaria quite a few times and probably delivered most of these sessions for Bulgaria already. This one is a completely new session, so we're doing this for the first time. And yes, we are running late. But that's okay, we have time, and this one is actually very simple. We can create chaos in a very simple way, okay? So let's see what we need to do. Okay, let's see. So the session name is Get Smart with Chaos and Azure Story. My name is Andanosi, as I mentioned, and we're doing this for Global Azure Bulgaria. I'm doing this live from Lisbon Airport, and let's see what happens. Anything can go crazy. This is for Global Azure in Bulgaria, and this is maybe a bit different from most of the countries because of holidays and things like that. But you know, it's still very good to be invited. So thank you for having me. So let's get started with this. So first of all, thank you very much for all of the people who pay for the food. So all of these sponsors, etc. These are really, really nice. So thank you very much. Okay. 1 second, because I'm not seeing if everything is okay, so I have to jump into this and see if everything is okay. So far so good. Yes, I love this crazy look, but let's continue. Okay, and I don't have slides. I will do everything demos. Okay, so I will try to do as much demos as possible. There isn't that much that I can put in slides to talk about chaos. Okay, so let's see what happens. So I don't have evil slides, but I do have a demo. Okay, and no idea if this demo will work. So first of all, the demo will actually start here. So I have this documentation for Azure Chaos, but I haven't even begun to explain what chaos actually is. So the first thing we need to know is that chaos is the technique to destroy the infrastructure of Azure, not kidding. That's why I'm here in the airport. If we need to go to the cloud, we need to go to the airport to fly to the cloud and to destroy the cloud. Okay, that's how things work. Now, what happens is that Azure Chaos is basically a DevOps tool, okay? A DevOps tool, and the DevOps can help you simulate problems. And if you think that this is only simulating problems, not actually causing them, you would be wrong. This is really, really causing chaos, okay? And the logic here is very simple. Once you have an infrastructure, and this can be your DevOps test or development infrastructure, or this can be your production infrastructure, you choose, okay? Be careful if you use the production one, but what you actually do is you turn off certain services, and this is how you use your chaos experiment, and you turn off certain services, and you see how your applications and your systems actually respond to that problem, okay? So this is what we're going to see in this, okay? So how does chaos work? Well, it's actually very simple. I will show you here. So we have some quick starts. I chose some selected pages, and please bear in mind that these pages are the ones that we want. So docs.microsoft.com/azure/chaos-studio, okay? And this is what we want. And because I only have one screen, I do apologize, but I'm going to go back and forth to these things to make sure that I have no messages with any problems. But if you have questions, feel free to ask, okay? This is why I'm here. Ask the questions, and I will be happy to answer them, okay? And we need to go back to my Azure portal. So I'm actually here on a machine that's called Dev Machine. Let's increase the size of this so we can see it a bit. Okay, I'm actually on Andy Dev 2 machine, and the thing you notice is it's started. Okay, I've started this before, so I have an IP address, I have a DNS name, and what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go to my command line, and I'm going to start and run a thing on my machine. This will not work. In most cases, this will not work, but this will give me the correct IP address. Why won't this work? Because in Azure, most machines or most services do not accept things for security reasons, for non-discoverability reasons, etc. So that's a good thing. But I do have something from sysinternals, which is psping. And if you're not familiar with sysinternals, give me a second, I'll show you this in just a second. So 3389 is actually your port for remote desktop. So we'll see if this is running. And yes, this seems to be running. So it's actually pinging. This is not really pinging anything. It's actually making a TCP connection to port 3389, seeing if you can connect and then turn it off. Okay? We're happy the machine is running. I don't really need to go inside the machine, and I don't have the bandwidth to actually go and do experiments with it. I don't really need to go inside. I just need to know it exists. Okay? And I'll actually just run it, keep it running for, normally. If I actually need it. Actually, I need the key to be under here. So if you're not familiar with psping, this is actually a really, really good tool. You can just go here to sysinternal.com, okay? And you can just go and get all of the tools from sysinternal. This actually redirects you to Microsoft website, but it actually gives you all of the tools that you need to play around with your computer and hack your computer and do bad things to your computer. The most famous one you'll probably notice is Process Explorer. This is very famous. This is the most well-known. I'm running PowerPoint here, etc. This is the most well-known, but you also have other tools like networking tools. One of them will be psping. Now, if you want to use it, go here to sysinternal suite. Just download the whole thing, and that includes the zip with all of the utilities, and you can just use them. I use them a lot, okay? And every month, every 2 or 3 months, just download the new version of sysinternal suite and just take the zip and replace the executable files you have there already, okay? So we're going to use sysinternal psping for this. It's running, so we can see it is running, so we're happy, okay? But we need to destroy the infrastructure, okay? So how do we do this? Well, first of all, let's go to Chaos Studio again, and let's go to our quick start, okay? Now, Chaos Studio, before we actually do this, I need to explain how Chaos Studio works, okay? So Chaos Studio is an interface that's not a service, okay? So you just have a nice studio that you can just join and use without costing you money, without deploying any infrastructure. It can use your portal. You just go. You have to set up some targets, and in this case, that machine that you see there will be a target, okay? Because you have to be able to talk to the machine, so you specify a target, okay? And then what's actually going to happen is you're going to set up an experiment where you're going to do something to the machine, turn it off, do crazy things to it. It doesn't have to be a virtual machine. It can be a SQL database, Cosmos DB, I don't know, so many things that we can do with an infrastructure, like a container, kill a container, do something, okay? Kubernetes, etc. So we can play around with these things and actually destroy the infrastructure. And the destruction is temporary. So it will actually destroy the infrastructure, it will actually kill the infrastructure, but it's only temporary. You can get it back. So at any time you can stop your experiment, and within, I don't know, a few seconds, a few minutes, the things will recover again. Okay, so that's the general idea of things. Okay, now I'm actually going to ping conference thing to make sure everything's okay. So we're still here. Okay. So going back to the demo. Now, as I mentioned, I have my machine running here. I can monitor the machine using those pings or just making sure the machine is running. It's been running for like an hour. Okay, the reason I was late is that my Uber didn't take like 15 minutes to get here. It took like 45. That happened. But in any case, it was still running. So let's go to our main page, to my dashboard. And on my dashboard, oh, wait a minute. Running this, so on my dashboard, I have the machines here. So I have one or more machines, and we will actually try these machines. So how do I find my chaos? So actually, it's right here, okay? But if you cannot find them here because I'm just using them, you can actually go here and say chaos, okay? And you have your chaos studio, which is just an interface in your Azure portal. Nothing wrong with that. But you also have your chaos experiments, okay? And your chaos experiments are the ones you're actually running, okay? So let's go to my chaos studio first. And you'll probably notice welcome, blah, blah, blah. Learn about chaos engineering. So I didn't really do the theory of this, but there was a running thing about chaos engineering. Everyone is doing it slightly differently, but in the last few years, people said, look, we need to test things. So how do we do this? We'll turn off everything and see what happens, okay? And funny enough, I'm actually very close to the airport and very close to a data center, which is the central hub for most communications here in Portugal. And I used to work there. And about 10 years ago, someone said, look, we have a new data center. All of the communication from Portugal through all of the service providers, etc., routes through here. Now, we need some volunteer to turn off the whole power to the data center. And this is a new data center. The switch was like this big, right? And, it was scary. So the first thing I did was, this was actually being filmed as well. The first thing I did is, can you confirm that you actually want me to take this switch and turn it off? So I volunteered to do that. I confirmed that this was a thing, and then I turned off the thing. The first thing that happens is a huge amount of sirens kicked in, auxiliary generators, stuff like that. Huge amount of noises. It felt like a calamity, okay, like chaos, literally. Okay, and then, all of the systems actually worked. So this was a real live experiment on the central hub of the Portuguese internet, okay? So if you're thinking about things like a cloud scenario, it's not going to be that much different. It's probably going to be smaller than that one, okay? So 10 years ago, I flipped the switch on that one. Doing this for me, come on, it's a piece of cake, right? Anyway, I do have one or two photos about this that I'm not going to share for privacy reasons, but if you search my Facebook, it is there, okay? Anyway, first thing we need to do is before we actually create the experiment, we actually need to have the targets, okay? So let's have a look at some potential targets. So I have, wait a minute, this happens when you go live, okay? So I have some virtual machines, okay? So mostly these are virtual machines, although it says people, they are virtual machines. I also have an Azure Key Vault, so you can actually, do switch off or kill an Azure Key Vault, obviously temporarily, okay? So you can actually do that one, okay? So you can do that to virtual machines, etc. So I have, pretty much here I have mostly virtual machines, but I do have a network security group, okay? So this is a network security group for a virtual machine as well, but I can play around and kill or basically change a network security group into reducing the possibility of using the communication between the machine, okay? Nothing wrong with that. It just works, okay? Nothing wrong with that, okay? Now, I can actually run other things, so things like POSITV, etc. I don't have anything here in my test infrastructure, and please bear in mind that this is not, of course, this is not production, okay? It could be, technically it could be, I mentioned that I did this once, okay? So what actually happens is that we're actually going to try to run this kind of thing here on one of these machines. The Delta machine is the one that I mentioned, but let me show you what you need to do for the other machines. You need to select here a different machine, and then you say enable target, okay? And you have two options. Enable service direct target. That means you play around with basically the infrastructure of the virtual machine, or in this case, the key vault or something like that. But you can also, for instance, this Open70 here is not applicable for agent-based because it doesn't allow you to have agent-based. Okay, that's fine, no problem. But you can also have an alternative, which is the agent-based. So if you have a VM or a virtual machine scale set, which is just a whole bunch of virtual machines that you can say how many you want to run. So one minimum, let's assume one minimum. It could be zero. Let's assume one minimum, but you have 2, 3, 4, 6, 10, 100, etc. As more or less as you want, and then you have like a load balancer to point. Okay, nothing wrong with that. But basically, they are virtual machines, and inside you can run a service. So this would be a Windows service. You can run a service that will do damage to the machine. Okay. Please remember that you shouldn't do this kind of thing without a full backup of the thing. That seems obvious, but you should probably say this anyway. Anyway, let's go to my dev2 machine, and then you have the option of manage action. Okay, so let's see what happened. And please notice that it says preview here. It says preview here. Although the preview has been around for about 6 months, it's still a preview. So we need to be careful. Okay. So what kind of capabilities do I have that I can use for this? Well, in this case, because it's service direct, so the first option when you click in enable target here is service direct. So you are on the Azure side and you want to do something to the infrastructure, so that's service direct. But if you are on the inside the machine, then you can do some extra things, and the extra things will be here. CPU pressure. So you're going to run something that floods the CPU. So you're going to run a more capacity on the CPU so that you see what the reaction is. So while VM shutdown will be very disruptive, because obviously it's going to be very difficult for us to continue to work if the machine is killed. So hopefully there is a fallback machine or fallback infrastructure that will continue to run things even if the machine dies. That's what we're testing for. Okay, but if you just testing for excessive load, you can pretend to have, not pretend, you're actually doing it. You can have CPU pressure, physical memory pressure, so you fill your RAM with trash. Basically, the agent process that you run in the machine will fill your process with trash. Okay, so the RAM with trash, virtual memory pressure, and that will do, so physical memory is the actual physical memory that you use. Well, virtual physical memory, if you want to call it like that. But the virtual memory pressure will be the one for swap files, okay? And there was a typical problem when you run in virtual machines is have a problem in a machine. What actually happens is that if you have a lot of capacity being used, and the physical machine, let's call it like that, although it can be a virtual machine, the physical machine, the actual RAM, will fill up. And when it fills up, it will try to put things, it will try to page to a page file or to a swap file. It will try to move it to a disk, okay? The problem with the disk, even if you're using a local computer, okay, a local computer disk, which you can do in the machine, so drive D, which is your local disk, which is faster than the storage disk, okay? But if you do that, you're going to have a problem anyway because you go back and forth, okay? So I can tell you that a few years ago, I was running an infrastructure that required virtualization, of course, right? And I can have as much RAM as possible, but this was a new virtualization infrastructure and an on-premises things like an open cloud service, okay? It's like an Azure stack, but it was open source, okay? But on-premises. And I was the first victim to try out that infrastructure. So it worked great to use the RAM memory, but every time I tried to page to a swap file, it would have a lot of problems and it would crash my computer, okay? The machine that I was running. So the solution for me was simple. Look, you need to fix your infrastructure. That's your problem. While you don't fix it, I'm the only client in the infrastructure. Instead of X gigabytes, I want 5 times more gigabytes in my virtual machine. Deal with it, okay? And they actually did. This was not a problem. And then they eventually fixed the problem after a week, after 1 month. It doesn't really matter. They fixed the problem and then said, I think we fixed it. Can we go lower in your RAM? And I said, yes, no problem. Okay, so it works, okay? So attacking the actual virtual memory, the paging file scenarios, so going back and forth, etc., that actually gets tested if you attack the physical memory as well, okay? So So both of these, if you raise pressure on both of these, this will be interesting. So you can actually test for potential problems, even in the infrastructure, okay? So for instance, one of the things that you might have as problems is if you have an infrastructure which is a Kubernetes infrastructure. Remember, a Kubernetes infrastructure is a whole bunch of virtual machines that are called nodes, and then inside you run a whole bunch of containers in each virtual machine. If the host virtual machine has problems, so do the containers. Okay, that's the problem. So if you are attacking a virtual machine or a container or something like that, you can figure out exactly what's happening. Okay, but anyway, disking out pressure. So you're basically saying that you're trying to get data from the disk or from the storage or from networking, let's say, but you're pressuring it so it doesn't work. Okay. You can also say stop a specific service. Let's say you have a website running, like with IIS or Apache or something like that. If you say stop that IIS service, you know, what happens? Hopefully it falls back into a different backup service. Maybe you have load balancing with testing, etc., and it falls back to the other service as well. So I am at the airport. Let me just do this for a second, okay? Okay, one at a time. Okay, a small moment of pause to make sure that this is running. I only have one screen, as I mentioned. Okay, so so far so good. It seems to be live. Okay. Okay, so we're back. Okay, so kill a specific process. Stop a service is one thing, that you can kill the process of that service, and typically the service will try to start again. That's a good thing. Or if you kill another specific process in your computer, that will kill something. Network latency. So you pretend you have much bigger network latency, so that you can delay the time it takes to give an answer. Let's say if you're calling a web service and then providing the answer to the user somewhere else. Okay, so maybe you want to generate like network latency. You want to generate network disconnect, or you can do that via the firewall if you want to, or you can stress the every query stress to stressor, so you can stress things as well. But you can also do the DNS failure. So how does this work? It's deployed, but the DNS will not respond to the query. Okay? Okay. Okay. By the way, remember this. So I'm showing you this for a virtual machine. Okay. If you are seeing this for Cosmos DB or for something else, or for let's try this out for a second. Let's say Open Sesame. So let's click on this one. Okay, so let's say Open Sesame, enable targets. You cannot do this, it's not a VM, it's a key vault. So if I say enable targets, maybe we're going to have some different information. So it's actually going to take a bit of time, okay? So this is normal while it takes a bit of time. In the meantime, because we have about 15 minutes until the end of the session, my suggestion is I will go back and forth for two reasons. First of all, I want to make sure that the things are running. So things are running here, okay, so Wave, okay? But also, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them, and I will answer them in the box there. I will answer them vocally. Okay. So anyway, deployment is complete, so that is good. Let's go back to our chaos. Okay. So hopefully, and by the way, this is not a real deployment. It's just enabling something. If you did the agent thing, that would be considered a deployment. Okay. But let's go to target. So that was almost immediate. Okay. So let's go to. Oh, by the way, the machine needs to be running for you to be able to accept that probability. Okay, so the service needs to be already running. Okay, so let's say here Open Sesame manage action. So this is a key vault. Manage actions will be slightly different. That seems obvious, right? So deny access to the key vault in general, or if you have agent-based, which you don't. Of course, we don't. It's not a virtual machine. But in this case, the only thing we're saying is, look, I'm going to request something from the key vault, like a secret, like a connection string with a password, or I don't know, something like that. I can even ask for an encryption, in this case, decryption key, right? And it might fail, okay? So my objective is to say deny access to be able to fail the thing, okay? This is the only capability that Key Vault has at this moment. Maybe in the future, remember, because this is preview, okay? Maybe in the future that will be a different scenario and you have more possibilities. You can also do this for other things. I would say Cosmos DB, but also other services as well. But the amount of services that will be available here will gradually grow. Okay. Again, this is a preview thing. Okay. But now let's have a look and actually create the experiment. So make sure that the thing is still running. So we have the machine running. Now I need to run experiment, okay? So I need to go here and say create, okay? And now I'm gonna have to define things. So wait a minute, I need to find out, so I have no idea. By the way, just out of curiosity, I have no idea for that virtual machine which subscription it is. I don't have to worry, it's not really a problem. But you can also create here the experiment that says chaos will take over the world. Okay, so we can do this. An experiment will be experiment kill VM live from Lisbon Airport. Okay, and then location. Most of these are in West Europe, so I'll pick West Europe. Okay, I'm assuming it's going to be the best one for this. Okay, and then experiment designer. That's the next part. Okay, so first step. In this virtual machine, I don't have that many options. Remember, I don't have the agent, okay? We're not going to have enough time for me to try with the agent, but I want to make sure that you know that it exists. So I could do step A, step B, step C. You know that the results will be like that. And then you would have, like, you can run Process Explorer, for instance. Okay? You can run this Process Explorer and then see the graphics inside the machine. So again, this Process Explorer would be an amazing tool for you to use here as well, okay? By the way, there are others with sysinternals that are amazing. Okay, so these are tools created by Marco Sinovich, who works for Microsoft. But some of these will help you debug these things. So before you actually start the experiment, go to sysinternals.com, download the suite, and choose 2 or 3 tools that might be interesting. Process Explorer is one. You can have a few other ones to have a look at VM memory and things like that, to have a look at extra things. But there is a lot of tools that you can use. Now, the first step is kill VM. Okay, so shut down the VM. So branches, boot, shut down. Okay, and then you will need to add the action. So add a poll. Okay. By the way, I could add a delay. Let's not do that, but I could add a delay. Oh, okay. Let's add a delay of 1 second. Or something like that. Actually 1 minute. So let's not do that because seconds are not available and that takes too long. Okay, but let's say add false. Okay, so we can try. And I don't have that many targets at the moment. I have 2. I have my key vault, which I'm actually not going to use directly, but that's fine. And I have false details. So what I'm going to do is VM shutdown. That seems like a pain, right? So that's easy. Okay, so duration. Duration of the problem. In this case, it's just default. It's not just pausing, okay? You shut down the thing for 1 minute, and then you bring it up after 1 minute. So I'm gonna do this. And I can even do abrupt shutdown. So that's not like a normal, please shut down kind of thing, politely, okay? That's just kill it complete, okay? So let's do abrupt shutdown because we have limited time, okay? And then we have to specify the target resources. That seems obvious. So I have 2 machines. The dev2 is the one that I'm after. Remember, it's still running, so it's still valid. My number of milliseconds to get to that seems very high. But remember, I'm at the airport. I'm using public Wi-Fi, etc. So it is a problem. Okay, but it's still running. Okay, so I'm going to say add. Okay, so now I have a virtual machine. I could add another one, etc. But the other one is turned off, so not very useful. Okay, I could add an extra step, and the step would be the same. So turn off that machine for 1 second and then wait. Turn off something else and then wait. And what's the difference between a step and a branch? Well, a step is you take a step first, and then once everything is over, you take the next step. Once everything is over, you take the next step. So it's a sequence of things. Branches do happen at the same time. Okay. So if you have 2 branches that are actually happening at the same time, so you can let's say I say wait 1 minute doing the same step. Say wait 1 minute, but kill a VM, and then 1 minute later kill the second VM and see what happens. Okay, and then kill the third VM 1 minute later, and 1 minute later kill the third VM. So all of this is still happening at the same time in the same step, but and then you can stop the step in the end, etc. But it's still happening all at the same time. Okay. If you decide on a secondary step, that's a different step. Okay. By the way, the cost of this, if you ask for the cost, I would never like to talk about the cost, but the cost of these things is usually around the similar price that you have for running an Azure function or something like that to start on top of VM. Okay? It's not that bad. Okay. So I would say as a step, let's keep it like this. Okay. And then let's say review and create, and let's see what happens. Okay. Before starting, you need to assign this is important. Okay. So I'm going to click on link, so we'll have a look at the link. But this link is actually this one. So this one is actually this one. So we're good. Okay. I have this there in case I had a problem. But now we're going to create. Okay. So it says initializing deployment. While this is creating, let's check if there are any questions. And because I am at the airport, I can, find myself at the famous ceiling for Lisbon Airport, which is full of beams and things like that. And I am actually here at the airport, and this is the outside of Lisbon Airport here. So I'm actually in a corner somewhere. Okay, so let's see if the experiment is created. Okay, if you have any questions, still in time to ask. Okay, so deployment is complete. Amazing. Okay, so now I'm gonna shrink this page a bit. So enough so that I can see this. Okay, I just want to see this for a bit. Okay, this will be enough, like this. Okay, and then I'm going to go to resource, so that's fine, and I have my experiment. Okay, so by the way, if you go to the other page for the Chaos Studio, you can jump to the experiment, so that's fine. So I have the experiment in my resource group. Status not started. That's the part we need to know. So let's have a look at this thing here and click on start. Okay, start this experiment. Would you like to start? So I'm going to say yes, of course. So I'm going to start. So, oh, it said failed. Why did it say failed? Ah, because I forgot to give permissions to the experiment. Of course it said failed. So if I go to my activity log, or just press that thing, it will oh, it's easier like this. No, okay, 1 second. So if I have a look at this, they will probably say that I forgot details, I forgot the permission. Okay? Resource, blah, 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 reference could not be found between sufficient permission. That's perfect. That is exactly what I'm missing. Okay? Remember, it's a live demo, you always forget stuff. Okay? So we're still here. So let's jump to this one and see what we need to do. Give permissions to your target resource. Okay? So this is actually very nice. Let me zoom this for a bit. Give permissions, and then they say, look, go to access control for a certain thing. In this case, it's a Osmo TV, add role assignment, and then in the role assignment that you have, say add role assignment, and then you need to add operate. In this case, it could be operator, but in our case, it can be a different permission. There's a list here, the recommended one, add role assignment, etc. And then you add that user as the role assignment. Okay, so there is a list here on top of appropriate role for each resource and target type. Let's click on this and see what happens. So we have the address here on top. If you need it, it will be in the video. So if you need it, it is here on top. But for this one, we should have compute virtual machines agent base. All we need is permissions role assignment reader, which we don't need. Okay. But if it is virtual machine service direct, you need virtual machine contributor. Okay. So let's see what this is. Okay. So let me go here and okay. So I have my dev2 virtual machine. Okay, I need to assign it permission. By the way, I need to figure out what my permission is. And my kill VM from Lisbon Airport, blah blah blah. This is the name of the entity of the identity that I have. So here I'm going to go to access control. The machine is started, so this is the right one. By the way, the machine is still running. Nothing wrong with that. And then I'm going to get permission. So what permissions are these? So you go to add role assignment, okay, and then you have a certain number of permissions. They're recommend contributor. So contributor is the generic role, but virtual machine contributor down here is specific for virtual machines, okay. But I'm going to show you the owner, the contributor, etc. So the owner role, if you click on view, you basically have a JSON that tells you the permissions, which is actions everything, denied actions or not actions nothing. If you go here for contributor, by the way, I'll try reader first. If you go to reader, you can go to JSON, and it's everything but /read, so only read, nothing destructive. Okay, so that's fine. But if you go to contributor, you can do everything except security. Okay, So what is the security here? So you go to JSON, actions everything except, so not actions, except security pretty much, okay? And if you go to a virtual machine contributor, you'll actually have a list virtual machine contributor here view. By the way, if this is not working for you, you can raise the permissions, but it should also be as low permissions as possible, okay? You can literally say, look, let's just assign the permission to shut down the machine, but this is the recommended one to keep it simple, but you can create a smaller profile. This one has all of these things. So virtual machines do something, etc. do something, and in one of these there's going to be a shutdown as well, okay? But in reality, if you don't want to assign all of these permissions, you can just assign the permissions that say shutdown and then the start, and, you know, whatever things you're going to test, okay? So the one I want is virtual machine contributor, that's the recommendation, okay? Or just contributor, but that will give more permissions, okay? And then you're going to try to find a managed identity, and it's probably going to start with kill, okay? All system assigned managed identities. Okay, so let's say, no, it's not this one. Is it subscription 3? Okay, that was my fault. Kill, so here we go, that's the one, okay? So we do select, okay? So we now have the role of virtual machine contributor, etc. assigned. So we'll assign it, okay? It takes just 1 or 2 seconds. While that happens, let me ping and see if things are running. And while this is taking a bit of time, you can see that people are here with bags and things like that. So I have a flight in about 2 hours, so that's okay. And we have 1 or 2 minutes to actually finish up. I know that there's going to be a 15-minute break, but I don't want to exceed that much of the time. We started late already, so I don't want to exceed that much of time, okay? So anyway, I'm assuming that this will already be done. So this is already done. So let's go back to this one and choose the experiment and then start the experiment. We'll do the same way as we did before, okay? So we'll have a look at this like this. We'll keep this one here just in case, and then we'll click on the start button to see if this is working. Start the experiment, yes. Okay, and it is processing, okay? It might take 1 or 2 seconds. This is the correct time for me to bring a bit of H2O. And let's see what happens. By the way, I'm not sure if the sound is coming out correctly. I really hope so. If not, I will go to Bulgaria again and do this session, okay? While this is running, this will pre-processing queue, okay? So it is still taking a bit of time. And while this is happening, I will take any comments, any questions from you. So let's see what happens, okay? So far so good, hopefully, okay? So wave, oh, I really like this, wave, okay, really good. Okay, so anyway, while this is happening, I can still do questions, okay? Live Q&A, okay? So you are welcome to one. Oh, something happened. We're starting to have problems. It says running, okay? And I said minutes, if you remember. So we'll take it about 1 minute to see that this thing is actually being killed. So period expired, something like that. So this is what this operation will return something from 000. And please notice one thing. It's still trying to connect to this address, but the address is probably no longer valid, okay? Because the address now, if you get ping, it's still 13 because that's the old one that I have. Okay, but I killed the machine, the IP address and the DNS name. The DNS name is still there, but the IP address gets killed as well. Okay, so I need to test this. So it's 1381, so it's still the same one if I'm not mistaken. 1381, it's still running, so within 1 minute this will work and we'll finish the demo, okay? But because the DNS will probably change, no guarantees, but I'm assuming it's going to change, okay? And it will probably fail, okay? So it's still not running, okay? So, or in fact, this one is running, so let's refresh to see what happens. Still running, you can click on details if you'd like to see them, okay? So that's actually completed. Oh, and suddenly it's back, okay? It's not because I clicked on details, okay? But it's just that it expired 1 minute, okay? So now it is actually back running, and you can tell 192.168 connecting to this. Okay. So PS pin. Oh, wait a minute. I am in the wrong one, okay? So I'm probably in the wrong one. Yes, pin. Oh, wait a minute. Is it still live? Is it still live? I really hope I didn't kill the address. So it's still here. Okay. Still live. Okay. No problem. Okay. But this seems to be back, but it has a weird number. Oh, okay. The other one also had the same thing, so it's telling you the routing for the internal thing here. So it's actually okay. So, so this is actually still valid. The machine is still running, so we're happy. It's 3389. So I was scared that this would be an airport kind of problem, but no, it's actually running. Okay, so it seems to have run. So you go to a branch and you see fault, shut down. It started at this time, ended at that time. So it was a bit more than 1 minute. It was 1 minute and 26 seconds, or 25 seconds, but that's fine. We tested it. Remember, it's not going to be perfect. It's plus or minus 1 minute of tolerance in these kind of things. Now, I destroyed my infrastructure. I got it back. So this is the most simple demo I can do live from an airport where things work chaos and destruction is not a good idea if you're taking a flight in less than 2 hours. Okay? So anyway, let's see. Any questions from anyone? No? So far so good? Okay. And so, okay, so if there are no questions at this moment, I will eventually be available after I leave the airplane. So if you have any questions later, you are welcome to reach out to me on social networks, on Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, etc. Okay, or if you can use your original true smartphone. Okay, so you can also do that as well. But in any case, I wish you a lot of fun with the conference because now this conference is live and in person, so that's amazing. Okay, and I'm the only one that's doing this remotely. So I wish you the best with the conference. Get some food, get some fun. Okay, and hopefully we'll see everyone next time. Okay, so thank you all very much for being here, and especially thank you to Mikhail and Stefan and everyone involved in this amazing conference for helping out. Okay, thank you all very much, and see you next time. Okay, okay. So thank you all very much again, and wave goodbye. Okay, Blagodaria, everyone. So thank you very much. Okay, have fun over there, and talk to you soon. Okay, thank you very much. See you next time.
These days, if you don't have an app, you are falling behind. If you are not using your data, your competition is making better decisions. If you are not automating, your work processes are getting outdated. These days, no matter what industry you are in, you need tech R&D to stay relevant. And that wouldn't be a problem if setting it up was easy. Imagine that you could just press a button and have an R&D department spring to life. Imagine that the team already knows each other and works well together. Imagine that ways of work are industry leading, yet the culture is unmistakably your own. Imagine that you have access to an extensive network in an abundant, cost-efficient talent market. Can you imagine how easy scaling would be? Imagine there is a partner that could set it all up for you, operate it until it's up to speed, and then, when you decide, transfer it over to you. A partner that only succeeds when you succeed, that makes costs 100% predictable, gives you access to industry expertise, and makes every aspect of recruitment and HR effortless. Imagine the power of that. At Anthill, we imagined a service that would do all that, and then made it a reality. We think it transforms IT innovation from existential threat to low-hanging fruit, empowering your business to be well-equipped for the age of AI, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things. Learn more at anthill.one.
Our customers have been trusting us for over 150 years now. Our apps rank amongst the best banking apps, and more than 1.9 million customers are already using our apps on a daily basis. We have big plans and want to extend our feature stack. What can you expect if you join our digital banking solutions team? A highly motivated agile team setup, a balanced mixture of talents and professionals, a collaborative environment with colleagues of 40 different nationalities in 4 locations, a scalable and modern technology stack with Microsoft Azure,
And I'm live, yes! Hello everyone, I'm very happy to be here. So I think we can get started. I'm trying to share my screen. Is my screen visible? I hope it is. Yes, it is. Fantastic. I can see it now. Okay, so this is Global Azure Bulgaria. I'm very happy to be here. And with that said, let's get started. So first, you already seen the program, so you know what we are talking about now. This is about the Key Vault Secret Store for Azure Kubernetes Services. The agenda is as follows. we will have first an introduction about the secret store CSI driver in Kubernetes in general. Then we will have a little focus on what is the Azure Key Vault provider for the secret store CSI driver. And then we look at the installation and testing a few features. Before going further, here is a slide with our sponsor, without whom we wouldn't be here. So I'm very happy to thank them. And another slide, which is me. I don't like that much to talk about myself. So my name is David. I'm working in IT since, well, quite some time. I breathe automation and infrastructure as code, mainly with the HashiCorp tools, and I'm still struggling with the Kubernetes environment. And usually, once I find something that I've been able to make, I've been able to make it work well, I like to share that with the community. And well, this is one of this topic. I'm also Final Fantasy fan, which is why I have this nice avatar, which is a black mage. For those who don't know. Okay, let's get started for the real stuff now. So about the secret store CSI driver. So what is it? You can see on the slide, on the top of the slide, there is a link with a GitHub repository, because everything lives in the GitHub repository, on which we have the spec of the container storage interface. The container storage interface is another interface standardized in the Kubernetes environment. A few years ago, we started with the standard for the container runtime interface. And since then, we had more than one new interface. We can talk about the container networking interface or the container storage interface, which is one of our topics. Why do we have that? Typically, regarding the storage, the fact that it was not standardized implied some overhead on the development side. Each storage provider had to develop directly in Kubernetes with, well, let's say some dependencies in the API object. It was not ideal. So since the standardization process was already ongoing, as I said, starting with the container runtime interface, following that, we had another one for the storage. Okay, we won't go much than that in the detail about that, but we have a specific one in this container storage interface, which is the secret stores. The secret store, as the name implies, is a way to interact with a secret provider in Kubernetes in the form of a storage object. So when you get when you configure storage secret store storage interface, you will have an interaction between the pod, which on the start and restart will mount the external content of the secret store into the pod through usually gRPC. Okay. Again, I put some link in the for more documentation, but we don't want to spend too much time on that for now. If we look at how it's working, as you can see on the schema on the right side, you have the pod, which interact with the Kubernetes API. Everything talk to the Kubernetes API, so that's not a big deal. Which in its turn interact with the kubelet for the node, which will work with the secret store CSI driver. We'll see a little well, more in a pragmatic way what is created on the Kubernetes side, but the secret store CSI driver will be the interface with the provider or the secret store that you can see in the gray cloud. Okay. And that's the main operation. Usually, when we want to interact with secret, well, the very bad practice that nobody does is to put the secret directly as environment variable. But you can also use well, secret in terms of Kubernetes, which will provide us a way to mount a secret which is not totally encrypted, but coded in base 64, and we will have a dedicated object. The trouble with this object is that it's not really a secret, it's not encrypted, and it's also synchronized to the etcd interface store, which is the memory of the cluster. Okay. We want to avoid that, and that's why we have this secret store CSI driver, which rely on the CSI standard to interact with a different secret store. Okay. In terms of architecture now, because it's living in Kubernetes, so obviously we have some Kubernetes object which allow the interaction that we just we just have seen rapidly on this little schema. We have a daemon set. A daemon set, which is, as a reminder, a set of pods which run on each node. Each driver pod has three container: a node driver registrar, which is responsible for registering the CSI driver with kubelet, which is the node, a secret store which implement the gRPC services to interact with the secret store provider, and a liveliness probe which is responsible to monitoring the health of the CSI driver, because it's nothing new. Kubernetes is supposed to be self-healing, so this liveliness probe ensure that the secret store is up and running, and if it's not, the Kubernetes API server will work with the scheduler and everything in Kubernetes to make it work correctly if possible. Okay. Apart from this Kubernetes object, we also have additional resources which makes this correspondence between the secret store on the outside of the Kubernetes control plane and the Kubernetes control plane. We have two objects defined as custom resource definitions. We see a lot and more and more custom resource definition with all those GitOps approach, so that's not a big surprise. But here we have two, the secret provider class and the secret provider class pod status. The second one, we don't really interact with this one, but the first one is the matter with which we can configure the secret store for usage in Kubernetes. Okay, this is a namespace resource, and which will make the correspondence with the secret provider and the secrets with which we want to have access to a pod. Again, we will look at that in details afterward. Okay. Everything is documented again in the secret store CSI driver documentation, but that's enough for our use case. Let's now focus on the provider, but for Key Vault, because we are living in Kubernetes, yes, but in Kubernetes on Azure, which is AKS, and so why not use Key Vault as a secret store? It makes sense. This is managed. It is compatible with a lot of things in Kubernetes. It should work, okay? And that's why we have one of these drivers. For archaeological Kubernetes, it comes to replace the old flex volume that we had in the past, which was deprecated in Kubernetes 1.16, if I'm correct. That's why we also have a recommendation to have Kubernetes at least in 1.18, but since we are in version 1.23, I think 23 is available on AK, so I tend to follow this one. So you should not be in 1.18. If you are still in 1.18, you won't be able to upgrade, so that's another issue. Okay. Anyway, the secret store CSI driver for Azure Key Vault. This is one of the currently supported provider for secret store. As a matter of fact, we have the secret provider for AWS, for Google Cloud Platform, and also another one that you probably know, which is HashiCorp Vault. Okay, with Azure Key Vault, that makes us 4 provider officially supported by the CSI driver, but I guess others are coming, or at least in development, and we should see other actors in the secret store area proposing their own driver if they want to leverage the standard developed on the Kubernetes community. Okay, what do we have in the specifically the driver for Key Vault? We can mount secret, key, or certificate from a Key Vault in a pod as a CSI volume. We support CSI inline volumes. We can mount multiple secret objects as a single volume. There is a portability with secret provider class CRD. There is a support for Windows container, but as a matter of fact, it's not enabled by default. So if you want to enable support for Windows container, you need to do that at the install time. There is a feature to sync with Kubernetes secrets, which we will not demonstrate because we don't want to do secret. This is kind of the object of this topic today. So it can be done, and it's maybe a passing step of using secret store, but this is not the target, because one of the targets is to remove the secret from the equation. So if we are just synchronizing Key Vault secret with Kubernetes secret, we're kind of losing the edge here. Okay, and we also have support for auto rotation of mounting content since version 0.15. That we will try to demonstrate. Okay, so a lot of feature available, which make it quite practical to use. It's interesting to note that Azure Key Vault driver is one of the most complete in terms of functionality. I'm not sure we have rotation enabled on the Vault provider, but well, we have other means to inject secret with the Vault provider, and I'm pretty sure it's also not available with the other cloud provider platform, for now at least. Okay, that's all for the feature now. What about trying to understand how it's working? I like this slide because in my opinion, it helped me to understand what is involved in these two different planes. This is one of the main topic of Azure Kubernetes service. This is the juxtaposition of two control plane. We have two control plane, one which is Azure, with which well, club architect like me are more familiar with, and we have the Kubernetes control plane with which I am less familiar, but with which Kubernetes specialist ops and everything are much more familiar. Here we are trying to make a junction between these two worlds. So we have an Azure Key Vault, and its corresponding object is the secret store. You can see on the slide, hopefully, on the right side, that we have the YAML definition for the secret store. So this is a kind of object secret provider class. It has a name, which can be any name that we want. Here you can see that I've put some variable because I'm interpolating that with an automation tooling to create that automatically. We also have some feature for authentication, and we in the main the most important part, we have the name of the key vault. Naming the key vault will be the only way to refer to the key vault in this secret store. Okay, but you can have more than one secret store, secret provider class with the same key vault and with different secrets and different authorization. It works also. Okay, as a matter of fact, you may be familiar with Key Vault and know that there are two flavors of Key Vault. Let's say the legacy one with the access policy. So you have the management plane in Azure to gain access to the Key Vault, and then for the secret or certificate or key which are in the Key Vault, you have the data plane, and for this data plane we have authorization with access policy. This is the first version of the Key Vault. We have a new one, which is the full airbag Key Vault. As you can see here on this slide, we have either Vault access policy or Azure role-based access control. And in this case, if we use the Azure role-based access control, we have additional airbag role in the Azure control plane to grant access to secret or certificate or stuff like that in the data plane. And if you were to investigate in the role definition, which is a JSON file, you will see that those roles have additional authorization in the data action, while usually we have nothing in the data action when we interact only with the control plane in Azure. Okay, but that's not really relevant. You can choose whatever Key Vault flavor that you want, because the secret store is made the way it is made, we don't really care about that. Because when you declare a secret provider class, you also declare which secret object you want to include in this secret provider class, and those are the secret that you will be able to mount in your pod. Okay, and since we mentioned that we can mount more than one secret in the same volume, well, it could be one way to do that. Okay, that's all for now. There are some details on the identity, but we will talk about that a little later. Let's have a look on the secret provider class. So we started our discussion about how it is defined in the API, in the Kubernetes API. First is the provider name, which is required. And then we have, as I mentioned, the authentication, which I will go in further detail in a few seconds. We have the key vault name. We also have the cloud name and the cloud of file name. The cloud name is not a mandatory parameter, because by default we will have Azure Public Cloud, which is usually the case. If, for instance, you want to use a key vault hosted in the Azure German Cloud or China Cloud or Government Cloud, or even Azure Stack Cloud, but I'm not sure it's already supported yet. You would have to specify the cloud name. In our case, you will see in the example, we don't specify the name, the cloud name, because we are using public cloud, and it's okay. Same for cloud and file name. We don't need to specify that. This is only required if we are using Azure Stack Cloud. Okay. Now about the authentication, you can see we have three different choices. Well, as a matter of fact, there is a fourth one, but I will talk about that a little later. Okay. You can either use pod identity, or virtual machine managed identity, or user assigned identity. And one that we do not see clearly in this example is the way when you would use a service principal, an application registration in Azure. Okay, in this case, it means that you will have to reference an application registration, which is an app ID in form of a GUID. Sorry. And an app secret, which is, well, a secret. And this secret, we would need to put that as a secret in Kubernetes. And you see my point. Since I said that I don't want to have a secret, this is not ideal. There are some cases where it might be, but when we are living in Azure, we don't need to do that. The other solution, we have pod identity, virtual machine managed identity, and user assigned identity again. So in sorry, I was wrong. The authentication is only pod identity and VM managed identity. User assigned identity is a parameter used to refer the managed identity that we use either with pod identity or with VM managed identity. With VM managed identity, it means that we have user assigned identity, which is assigned to the node pool in our Kubernetes cluster. And this is this identity that we will refer with the user assigned identity ID parameter. Okay. If we use pod identity, it means that we will use also user assigned identity, but this user assigned identity will be associated directly to pod by the mean of pod identity, which is the feature that allowed us in the past to associate a managed identity in the Azure control plane to a pod. I said in the past because this is the first solution that I talked to you earlier about the authentication, which is called workload identity, which is the pod identity v2. V2 because it will supersede V1, which is the one we just talked about, and V2 because it changed a lot of things, but this is a topic for another day. For now, it's not up to date in terms of functionality either with VM managed identity or pod identity, and that's why we are not using that as an example. Okay, we have other object for the secret, other parameter for the secret provider class. The object name, which is the name in the key vault that we want to refer, which will be in our example the secret. an object alias, which we can use. We don't have to, but we can use it if we want to change the name of the secret in our environment. We'll try to do that if we have time during the demonstration. Then we can have different object type, either secret or key or cert. We'll keep it simple with secret because we want to use it to refer secret password in input. Okay, and we have another parameter which is mandatory, which is the tenant ID. Because, well, you have probably have seen that if you have some experience with manipulating key vault, you need to specify the tenant ID of the key vault because the key vault ID, at least in the past, was not a resource ID in the same way as the other resources. This is an URI with starting with HTTPS, so that's why we would need the tenant ID historically. Okay. And that's all for the definition. So now, how do we install? And that's where the fun starts. We have two ways of installing. We have either the add-on or the open source project, because it started as an open source project, as everything in Kubernetes, and then it was ported as an add-on in Kubernetes. Okay. If we want to do the installation from the open source project, we'll use Helm usually, because this is how we deploy everything that is developed by the community, and it is a largely used tool by the community. And if you want to use the add-on, we can use that. We can install the features through the Azure command line interface, or through the portal, or even through Terraform, because since now it is in GA, it has also been ported in the Azure M provider of Terraform. Okay, but which means that we have less complex way, which will be the Azure command line interface. You can see the command line. We need to specify the name of the Kubernetes cluster. That's what I'm showing here with this terrible example. But the -n is for name, -g is for the resource group, and then the -a is for the name of the add-on, and then enable rotation if you want to enable rotation or not. Which means that if we don't do that at the installation, it won't be available afterward. Okay. On this example, I show you how to do that if you want with Azure CLI in Terraform. But let's have a look at what is available now on the portal, because I mentioned that it's much more easier to do. So let me zoom in on that. Am I zooming? No, I'm not zooming. Yes, I'm zooming. Okay, perfect. So now, where is it hidden in the cluster configuration? Cluster configuration over there. Let's hide that and hide this one. And if you want to enable the secret provider, this is just that. Nowadays, it's only that, or through AZCLI, or but this is very easy to install. Okay, and that's fine. Okay. The installation with Helm is a little more complicated. And we will see that, I guess, in the next slide. I'm starting with a few details about this installation. Since when we are using the installation with Helm, we have more control on the installation because we can define which parameter we want to define. Specifically, for example, either to enable the secret rotation, but that's available in the add-on. But we can also change the time between the polling of the secret value, which is by default 2 minutes. I think we can go down to 1 minute. And we also have other features, such as, for example, well, this is one example, but it's not necessarily the best example. We can also have Kubernetes classic configuration, such as adding labels or taint toleration for taint that might exist on your pod. Okay, that's one of the cases that we have, as a matter of fact, because I did put some taint on my system.pool. Okay, in terms of installation, so here we have the Helm provider, but this is the same as if it was used with the Helm command line. We need to refer the the place of the Helm chart. We also need to refer the Helm chart, and if you want to create a namespace or not. Another parameter that is interesting that I didn't mention yet, you can see over there. This is this parameter that you should be attentive to. I'm specifying that I want to install at the same time the Secret Store CSI driver. Remember, I mentioned there are two parts in CSI Secret Store. We have the CSI Secret Store, which is the standard interface, and then the Key Vault provider to interact with the Key Vault. If we don't specify that at true, it means that we need to install the Secret Store CSI driver on our own and then make it work the other way. It's quite simpler to have that put to true because it means that the Helm chart for the CSI driver for Key Vault will configure that Secret Store CSI driver accordingly to its needs. If you want to do it on your own, you can, but it's a little less clear. Okay. Okay. So now I will change my screen if I can do that. Let's just try that and try another share screen because I will switch to my command line to have some use case. Okay, authorized. And now you should see my other screen in a few seconds. Or not. I'm not sure you can see my screen. I hope you can. If I'm just navigating in my Kubernetes cluster, I could do that with the command line, but since we have a nice dashboard, let's try to do that with the dashboard provided by Microsoft. This is over there, Kubernetes resources. Remember, I did mention a namespace that I wanted to specify for my installation, which was CSI Secret Store Key Vault provider. So this is the namespace. It's presented here. Then we have in the workload over there, if I specify the namespace again, where is it? This one, perfect. I don't have anything in deployment, so let's put that in pod. And you can see I have a few pods. Why didn't? Well, let's move to stateful set, daemon set, sorry, and retake this one. Okay, and you can see I have two daemon set because we have one for the Secret Store CSI driver, another one for the Key Vault provider. Okay, I have three instance desired because I have 3 nodes. As a matter of fact, I have more than 3 nodes. I have five nodes, 2 node pool, and this node pool is configured with the taint critical add-ons only, which means that except if I specify that, the pods for my Secret Store cannot be deployed. Okay, that's about all for this part. So let's try some installation. So I mentioned that we have some possibility to associate the pod with this Secret Store, but first we need to declare a Secret Store for the installation. So let's have a look at one of these declarations. Okay, you can see here that I have the kind secrets provider class. The name of a Key Vault, which hopefully I can show you over there, is here. No, not here. Here in Key Vault. This is this Key Vault. It's quite recognizable because I made some mistake in the configuration. There I have 2 times kv. So this is not a mistake. So this is the name of my Key Vault over there. And here I'm referring some secret in it. The KVS CSI secret one. I'm also referring, I'm also using pod identity and an identity which is assigned to it, which is this one. Okay, so that means that I need also to have some deployment for pod identity. If I'm looking at my portal again, let's have a look at that. Where did I put that? Let's look at my resource group. It should be over there. Yep, you can see I have two additional managed identity, which were the managed identity that I will be using for my environment. If I'm correct, client ID 42 BCF, was I right? 42, no, so this is not this one. So it might be the other one. 55, no, 54 is this one. Not sure. User as an identity ID. This is not a good ID. Okay, I'm getting lost here, so we'll check that later. Let's try some deployment, okay? But just to check that this secret is one that I have in my environment. I showed you earlier the key vault over there. This is this one. I have a few secrets in it. I do have the KVS CSI secret one, so it exists. We'll show that. We'll look at that later. First, I need to deploy pod identity prerequisite because I'm using pod identity. Again, I'm not going into detail about that because there's no need. It is not the topic for today, but I do need that. You can see that I have a warning because there was an update with the client for Kubernetes with version 1.22, and well, there was some change. Okay, now let's deploy this one. And also this one. Okay, perfect. So I did deploy a few things. If I'm doing just a get secret provider class, I should see at least one secret provider class because I'm not specifying a namespace. And as you can see here, I have one secret provider class, which is the one that I want, which is referring this secret. Okay. Now I will try to deploy one demonstration pod, and I will start with the simple volume mount, as you can see over there. I will maybe try to zoom a little more. Okay. And hide this one. Okay. Over there. Okay, so you can see that I'm mounting a volume, which is with its name secret store inline. It's referring in the CSI parameter the secret store CSI and the secret provider class that I just checked which exists, which is this one. Okay, and then I'm mounting that in the Moonpass MNT secret store. Okay, so let's try that. Oh, I'm using K because I'm lazy. K is for kubectl, if you were wondering. I need to do that. Copy pass. Okay. If I'm just checking if the pod are coming or not. Okay, container creating. Let's do that again. Is everything fine? It should be fine. Okay, the pod is now running. Perfect. So let's check if we are able to see the secret as a volume mounted in the place that we said. Let's look at that again. The volume is mounted in the Moonpass MNT secret store. Okay, so let's just not connect on the pod, but just execute a command. Exec. No, let's start with get pod. So now we'll take the name of my pod, which is quite long. ms/mnt /secrets store, if I was correct. Oh, was I not correct? mnt secret store. Let's try that. Okay, and this time, if I'm clicking secret store, I can see my secret. Okay, now let's see if I can see the content of this secret. I will change ls to cat and just specify kvs csi secret run. Okay. Okay. What do have I? Fantastic secret. Is it the good secret? Let's check that. If I'm doing show secret value over there, maybe I can do something. You can see it seems that it is the same. Perfect. No. Now let's try something else. I did configure my secret store so that the secret rotation will be automated. So let's try a new secret value. Okay, I have a new version. Perfect. Let's check my pod again. There is a delay to at least 1 minute. So if we are lucky, the minute is already started. If we are not, we will need to try that a few more than once. Not yet. Not yet. Okay. Is it still working? Okay, we need to wait a little more. Oh, come on. In the meantime, while it's updating, let's have a look at the provider definition. There is something that is interesting over there. Oh, and I see why it's not moving. Look, this was the next demonstration, but I did prepare that yesterday and I forgot to remove it. That's why it's not specified. I can specify an object version, and the object version will be the object version of my secret. So this object version ed67, let's try this one, ed67, show secret value. Okay, this is the same value. Okay, let's remove that. Okay. If I don't specify the version, by default, it will take the last version, and that's why it's not moving, because I specified the specific version. Copy paste. Hop. Not yet, because I just changed it. what do I have over there? Oh, not that much details. Okay, it is more than 1 minute. Yes, it's working. As you can see, I did specify a new secret. Now you've seen that I can have a secret rotation in the volume that it is that the pod is the volume is mounted to the pod. Okay. You also see inadvertently the way that you can specify a version of a secret. If I'm taking this secret again, what do I have as a version over there? This one is without 22, so let's try this one, and then that will be all for this first part of the demonstration. Over there. Okay, I changed again. So remember, we had this is new value for Global Azure 22, and the new one should not have the 22 involved in it. We just need that to update. Okay, so that's the first part. While it's moving, let's wait. Let's have a look at something else, because that's all very nice, but we probably have some application that might require more configuration. That's just a simple example. So I do have an application. Let's have a look at. Let's just clear that. Get ns. I have an application which is living in the web namespace. So let's get everything that is living in this namespace. Web. We have one service which we try to reach, and it's relying in the backend to another set of microservices which are living in their turn in the namespace name API. You can see we have different stuff up there. We'll have a look at that. First, let's try to look at the application. What does it look like? Okay, HTTP. And this is our application. Okay, if I'm going over there, user profile, I can see one profile user, and usually I should have one trip over there. Okay, you can see this is an application with a banner OpenHack because I took that from the OpenHack container from Microsoft. Okay, so this application is living over there with a few configuration. Let's switch again to the graphic interface over there. Let's switch to the proper namespace. If I'm going in API, you can see I have 4 deployments which correspond to the different microservices behind this application. You can see at least 2 which are useful, a user profile and the trips, which correspond to these pages over there, user profiles and trips. Okay, now let's have a look at how it's working. This user profile application, if I'm looking at the YAML manifest that I did for this application, this one, you can see over there, well, let's not focus on all the detail, just focus on this one. We have in the backend, the data layer is an Azure SQL server, which is referenced with a mix of config map for the SQL server and a secret for the password of the SQL server. Okay, let's try to do something new. Okay, first, no, I don't need to reduce this one. I just need to go back over there. I did put my secret of my my password, my SQL password, in a secret. This secret is over there. Okay, this one. Perfect. With that, I can go on. Now, you can see that I'm specifying environment variable for the secret, but if I look at the documentation of this container, which is over there, you can see that the development people did the right thing for me. Everything is documented, and you can see that in the configuration, the SQL password can be either an environment variable or a file. And a file, this is typically what we just did. We mounted a volume as a file in our environment. We need some other information. This is here. The config file path is in the path secrets, and then we need to specify the name of the secret, which will be SQL password in our case. Okay. So first, we need to create a new deployment of our application to try to migrate from secret to secret store. Okay, so let's check this one. You can see over there that I do have this application which is using this images. So let's try that. I just need to copy that, and I will start by doing a new deployment. Okay, so I will use the command line to create a new deployment. So create deployment user profile GBL for Global Azure. I will specify the image, which is this one. I will specify only one replica, the namespace. And I will do a dry run. Client YAML, and I will put that in. Where should I put that? Before doing that. I will create a new folder, mkdir. Okay. Now let's put ourselves in this demo. Okay, and now let's run our command line. User profile. Okay, I did not create any object. I just created a file, which is in our new folder demo. Okay, there is a mistake in the name, but that's not a big deal. So for now, this is just a deployment which will use the image of our container. Okay, I can rely on that. I can see that I do have other configuration, which are the environment variable. I will copy paste everything except the SQL password because I don't want to use the SQL password as a secret. Okay, let's move again to this one. So this is under the container side. Okay, now I will need to mount a volume. So I need to specify over there a volume. I guess this is name. And then I need to specify, I think this is something like CSI. Let's check because I don't want to rethink everything. I did have my demonstration over there and it was something like that. Okay. Except that this time, this is not this secret provider that I will need to use. I will need to create a new one. Because I want to refer to this time another secret, and also I want to put that in the same namespace as my environment because everything is the namespace API. So for this one, I cheated. I prepared beforehand a secret store. It is over there, if I'm correct. Where is it? But it's over there. Okay, this one. You can see it's over there. I have the secret store. This is the same key vault, but this time I'm referring a different secret, and I'm also putting an alias so that it will be mounted as this name, because this is what I need in my environment. Remember over there, it's stating that the config file path is secrets, but the name of the file is SQL password. So I need to add this one. Okay, so let's add that. Copy paste. Okay. Hop. Oh, sorry. There is an issue with the terminal in VS Code. It is not working well. I do have my my secret store. It seems that it was already created 10 seconds ago. Perfect. Okay, so this one definition is the one definition that I need. Perfect. Now, what do I need to add? I need to specify the proper name of my secret store over there. Okay, and then I need also to add a volume over there. So the volume mount for my container, that should be over there. I guess the volume mount is somewhere. Volume. Just at the same time as the container. Okay, so we have the container spec volume. No, this is not what I wanted to see. Volume, and volume mount is under the container near the image. Okay, under the container near the image. Name, user profile, volume, mount pass. Perfect. So it seems that it was secret, if I'm correct, and the name is the name of my volume over there. Okay. Do I like something? Yes, I do like something, because this pod is also relying on the secret store key vault, which is using a binding. So I need to add a new binding so that the managed identity is attached to my deployment. So I need to add that over there, and probably over there also, and probably also over there. Everything seems to be fine. I do have a red stamps. I think this is because I have this null parameters. Yep, it's not defining again. Okay. So let's try that again. So I do have my managed identity. I have also my, I think I have everything. Okay, let's try that. Oh, no, it's not working because I made a mistake. Read only. Oh, I forgot to put some read only parameter. Volume read only true. And this one, yep, I need to specify read only. Hopefully this is my only mistake. No, I have another mistake. Field read only true in volume. Oh. In volume driver. This is not how it should be configured. Oh, I think this is wrong here. Let's have a look at that. Yes, I have volume, but it's not specifying that correctly. Why is it not specifying that correctly? Volume. Why did I put that? Oh, I made a big mistake preparing that. Okay. And it should be better. I need the secret store to be fine over there. It's this one. Volume evaluate redundantly. Okay, everything's fine this time, hopefully. If it's not working, I will fall back on the one I prepared beforehand. Oh, again? Error validity data unknown file CSI. Yes, obviously. And this time I created my deployment. Get deployment. And it's ongoing. Okay, you can see it's working fine. Now, to access this pod, I have another another object which is a service, which is over there. Service. This is the user profile service. I will change this one. So you can see here the label to refer to the deployment is this one. Let's just change that. Copy paste. It will tell me that it just changed a few things in my service. Okay, configure new. And now if I'm going back to my application page over there, I was on home. And remember, I changed the backend service over there. And I'm still pointing to it, so it's fine. Let's just refresh to be sure. Okay, so I did change what I wanted to do. This is perfect. So with this, and with this CSI secret store, I was able to remove a secret from the definition. To be clear about what we just did, let's take the previous definition over there, user profile over there. Okay, and you can see. No, this is not this one. Sorry, this is this one. I changed this one, with which we had value from secret. Okay, I do have a secret living in my environment, and I did that in this one. I will just put that and retake this one. Deployment user. Okay, and you can see here that I changed the configuration. I added a new volume in the spec, which I mounted in my environment over there. And I removed the reference to the secret for the password. You can see that I still have the secret for the user, but for the password, it's removed. Okay, and I'm still accessing the backend, which means that I'm still configured correctly. And that's all I wanted to show you on this demonstration. So now it means that I'm at the end of this demonstration. So I can go back to my slide over there. What do I have for the feature? I guess that I'm at the end of that. So my last slide is just this one. For the thanks everyone. Okay, so that's about it. The CSI secret store provider is a good way to remove secret and replace that by volume. But there are some dependencies on the development side. I had a very nice example with which the documentation of the pod, well, of the application was quite clear. So I was able to mount a file instead of mount an environment variable. If that's not possible, then we need to have we need to work with the development team. Nevertheless, the installation, as you can see, well, I did not demonstrate the installation, but it's just a click in the page, or you can use the the Helm chart, which is not that much difficult. And then you have a little configuration to do that I quite demonstrate with you. You need to change the configuration of your Kubernetes object to replace the secret with CSI secret store. And that's all for me. So is there any question before I leave the scene, or should I say goodbye? If there is no question, then I will say goodbye and thanks for your attention.
And Google Cloud Services, a flexible API-based ecosystem. CI/CD with up to 30 releases per year. We want to grow together with you. Check out our latest job postings.
Azure Bulgaria was founded in 2008 by the Dutch entrepreneur Koen van Wijk. His vision was to create solutions that exceed customer expectations. Since 2014, Stripes is part of the ICT Group in the Netherlands. ICT Group is a stock-listed company on the Amsterdam Stock Exchange and employs more than 1,000 professionals.